Chapter 2100. Gunyinji's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled Lu Jin in. She said happily, "Dad, Happy New Year. You're finally back. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Why didn't you wait for me to pick you up?" She still wanted to ask Lu Jin for help and contact Hijichu. Lu Jin patted his chest and said with a smile, "I drank too much last night. Otherwise, if I came back with you, my girl wouldn't have to worry about me." "Dad, what are you talking about? Shouldn't I be worried about you?" Gunyinji hugged Lu Jin's arm and walked into the house. She smiled and said, "I'm your girl. Yes, my daughter is the best." Lu Jin patted her head and said with emotion, "Boss Lu is such a stingy guy. I just woke him up a little too loudly in the morning, and he got angry when he woke up. He deliberately took revenge on me and made a terrible lunch." Gunyinji, she had been busy recently and hadn't paid attention to Lu Jin's recent situation. She didn't expect him to be able to speak in northeastern dialect. Gunyinji rubbed her forehead. "It's the first day of the new year. Why did you wake President Lu up?" "I'm hungry," Lu Jin said righteously. "I drank too much last night and overslept in the morning. I didn't have breakfast. How could I not be hungry? And then I went to look for Boss Lu. However, I didn't see him in the kitchen and dining room. I guess that he hadn't woken up yet. So I went to his bedroom and knocked for a long time. I found that he and Ms. Song weren't awake. I was worried that something had happened to them, so I activated the smoke detector in the house. When that thing rang out, it was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, itching to pierce one's eardrums." Gunyinji completely understood. She held back her laughter and said, "Dad, you're concerned about President Lu, but I might have disturbed President Lu's sleep. It wasn't easy for Boss Lu to sleep in all year round, and you even woke him up, and it was the first day of the new year. If it were me, I would be angry too. Can you blame me? There are only leftovers in the kitchen, and I don't want to eat them." Lu Jin boldly followed Gunyinji to the dining room and sat down. He said, "I wasn't full just now. Do you have any food here?" Gunyinji recalled the sweet osmanthus rice, wine sesame, glutinous rice balls that Huashaoheng had just made. She was about to ask him if he had any more when she saw that he had already brought a small bowl of glutinous rice balls over. She smiled and said, "This is dessert. Uncle Lu, eat it first. I'll go make lunch." Lu Jin quickly picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. He hummed in satisfaction and praised, "Xiaoheng's cooking is already better than Boss Lu's. Good, you have a bright future." He even gave Gunyinji a thumbs up. "My girl married a good husband." Gunyinji, she wanted to remain calm, but the corners of her lips curled up. Xiaoheng glanced at her and said, "Ninji, do you want another bowl?" "No, I'm waiting for lunch." Gunyinji smiled and waved at him. After he turned to go to the kitchen, she said to Lu Jin, "Dad, hurry up and eat. I have something to tell you after you finish eating." Lu Jin nodded and slowly finished the bowl of sweet osmanthus rice, wine sesame, glutinous rice balls. He wiped his mouth with a tissue in satisfaction and said, "It's fragrant, sweet, and not greasy. Let's not brag about it. Objectively speaking, Xiaoheng's rice wine sesame glutinous rice balls are indeed better than Boss Lu's." Gunyinji nodded and pointed at the bowl. Major General Hui used sweet osmanthus flowers, while President Lu used dried osmanthus flowers. Dried osmanthus flowers are lighter and more elegant. Sweet osmanthus flowers taste fragrant and taste more refreshing. I prefer sweet osmanthus rice, wine glutinous rice balls. What about you? Lu Jin also said, "My taste is the same as my girl's. I also like the taste of sweet osmanthus flowers." The father and daughter had reached an agreement and were in a good mood. While waiting for Huashaoheng to make lunch, Gunyinji pushed Lu Jin's arm and said, "Dad, do you want to go upstairs and wash up? I have something to talk to you about." Lu Jin saw that she didn't want Huashaoheng to know. He pulled her to his suite on the first floor and asked, "What's the matter? Being mysterious? I washed up at Boss Lu's place. There's no need to make excuses." Gunyinji closed the door in embarrassment and whispered, "It's like this. I asked Miss Song to help me call young Master He yesterday." Lu Jin was shocked. "Yesterday? When was it yesterday? Why didn't I know?" "It was after you went to rest." Gun Yinji was embarrassed to say that Lu Jin had been drunk at that time, but Lu Jin understood when she said it so vaguely. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "Didn't we already call? What else do you want?" Gun Yinji walked to Lu Jin's side, and her voice became even quieter. "I only spoke for less than 10 minutes when I realized that something seemed to have happened to young Master He, so I used the last minute to call young Master He's fiancée, Xie Qingying. In the end, Xie Qingying said that she had already broken off her engagement with young Master He and broken up. Lu Jin didn't care about He Jichu's love life at all. Of course, he didn't feel like an uncle to Xie Qingying at all. He said sharply, "So be it. Do you need to give her a few red packets to celebrate?" Gun Yinji, she really couldn't speak. She pursed her lips and continued to beg Lu Jin patiently, "Dad, don't say that. Young Master He is also Mother's son. Now that young Master He's father and mother are gone, he only has half a sister to me. How can I not care about his mother?" Seeing that Lu Jin's expression seemed to have softened, Gun Yinji continued, "What's more, he's the only son of Lawyer Qin Suan. Even for Lawyer Qin Suan's sake, don't you still have to help take care of her son?" Gun Yinji's last sentence moved Lu Jin. However, he was also thinking about something else and nodded thoughtfully. "It's good to keep in touch with young Master He. If young Master He lets you down, Dad will take you back." He wanted to say, "Marry young Master He," but looking at Gun Yinji's raised eyebrows, he still didn't say those words. Gun Yinji didn't expect Lu Jin to have this plan. She shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "All right, don't think too much about it. I just want to know what's going on between young Master He and Xie Qingying. What's the use of finding out?" Lu Jin glared at her in confusion. "Are you trying to matchmake them and force them together?" Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. "Of course I won't interfere in other people's relationships. I just want to know if there's any conflict inside and if it's affected young Master He. Also, I want to comfort him and hope that he won't be defeated by this matter." Lu Jin scoffed. "He's a man. How could he be defeated by a breakup? What's going on in your head?" "But I heard that Xie Qingying was the one who suggested the breakup." Gun Yinji was also very tough. She said with a hint of anger, "What's wrong with my brother? She actually doesn't want him." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2088, Disturbing Dreams. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes, moi. Everyone, Little Angels, Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2101. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment. Was it really Xie Qingying who suggested it first? That seems to be a problem. She really likes He Jichu. The person she fell in love with first had already lost at the starting line. What had happened to make her quit halfway? "I think so." Gun Yinji struck while the iron was hot and said, "Can you help me get some more phone time for Ms. Song?" "I can't do that." Lu Jin refused immediately. Gun Yinji was very disappointed, but she refused to give up immediately. She immediately said, "Then do you have a quantum communicator? Do you have a quantum communicator that doesn't need magnetic energy to communicate with the other side?" She looked at Lu Jin eagerly, and her eyes were about to sparkle. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat when he saw how cute she was, but he still shook his head and said with a smile, "I have a quantum communicator, but I can't not use magnetic energy." "Then what should we do?" Gun Yinji was so anxious that she paced around Lu Jin's suite. "Where can I get magnetic energy?" Lu Jin had just arrived, and his personal laboratory had only been prepared after New Year's Day. So Gun Yinji knew that Lu Jin didn't have the kind of high-energy magnetic field energy that could support multidimensional communication. "No." Lu Jin spread his hands and continued to smile. "But I can get some magnetic energy from Ms. Song." Lu Jin winked at her. "Black energy? Can energy be hacked too?" Gun Yinji held Lu Jin's hand and shook it excitedly. "Just like a hacker." "Of course." Lu Jin smiled and pulled his hand out. He went to his desk and pulled open a relatively large drawer. He took out a black cylindrical object and placed it in front of Gun Yinji. It was almost identical to the black cylindrical quantum communicator in Song Jinning's laboratory. Gun Yinji quickly pulled a chair over and sat down. She leaned over to see how Lu Jin would hack energy from Song Jinning's laboratory. She asked worriedly, "When you get caught?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "They want to catch me? With their standards, it'll take another 1,000 years. Gunyinji, Dad, you have it too. 8-meter aura today." Gunyinji gave Lu Jin a thumbs up and praised him for 10 minutes. Lu Jin listened with satisfaction as he connected the device in Song Jinning's study and laboratory in Lu Yuan's West Mountain Villa. With this place as a base, he connected it to the magnetic field energy laboratory of the Institute of High-Energy Physics. The high-energy magnetic field energy that could support the resonance of the magnetic fields of the two worlds was stored in the basement here. Although Lu Jin said that no one would find out that he had hacked into the magnetic field energy system, he was still very cautious and did not act recklessly. He used a program to control it and only used enough energy for 10 minutes of communication. This was also within Song Jinning's scope of authority, so it wouldn't alert the system. Gunyinji understood and said embarrassedly, "You're using Ms. Song as a scapegoat, aren't you? What's wrong with letting her take the blame?" Lu Jin snorted. "Who asked Boss Lu to cook so badly today?" "Umph." Gunyinji knew that Lu Jin was venting his anger on her, but in her opinion, deliberately cooking terrible food was indeed unforgivable. She quickly said, "President Lu is so bad. Serves you right." She then took the quantum communicator from Lu Jin's hand and was about to dial. However, before she dialed, she looked at Lu Jin and smiled obsequiously. She then pointed in the direction of the door, which meant for him to go out. Lu Jin stood up and patted her head. He said with a heartache, "Girl, don't worry too much. Xie Qingying and He Jichu are both adults. They know what they're doing. What's the use of getting to the bottom of it?" Gunyinji nodded and said, "It's useless for me to know, but I don't feel good about it even though I know. Young master, he is my brother, my only brother. Xie Qingying took the initiative to pursue my brother and then broke up with him. Is she not cherishing him anymore? If she's such a person, I'll scold her to vent my brother's anger." Lu Jin laughed. "I like how my girl is protective of her own people. That's right. She has to be as warm as spring to her family, and as heartless as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves to outsiders. But girl, I'm your father. If anyone bullies me..." Gunyinji made a kill without mercy gesture and snorted. "If anyone dares to bully my dad, I won't just scold them." Lu Jin laughed loudly. He was as excited as when he had solved the first world problem in physics when he was 15 years old. He walked out and even considerately closed the door for Gunyinji. When he returned to the dining room, Hua Xiaoheng had already made 2 home-cooked dishes and placed them on the table. One was a plate of spicy stir-fried veal that was emitting the aroma of sauce, and the other was a plate of boiled mantis shrimp. Lu Jin was hungry. He quickly sat down and said, "Do you have rice? Hurry up and have a bowl." Hua Xiaoheng served him a bowl of rice and said, "The stewed ribs with lotus root aren't ready yet. Do you want to wait for a while before eating?" "No need, no need. I'll eat first, then drink the soup and eat the ribs." Lu Jin refused without hesitation. He picked up his chopsticks and began to concentrate on eating. Hua Xiaoheng's cooking skills were no worse than Lu Yuan's, but he didn't want to show it. But today, he didn't hide it. The 2 home-cooked dishes made Lu Jin beam with joy. He didn't even have time to praise him. He ate like a tornado and quickly finished the food. Hua Xiaoheng brought him another glass of water. Lu Jin took a sip of water and said contentedly, "Xiaoheng, it'll be good if you can do this in the future." Hua Xiaoheng, he had good taste. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and said calmly, "Nianji called young master he again?" Lu Jin didn't notice and nodded. "Yes." She said she still had something to say. She insisted on asking Xie Qingying why she broke up with young master he. She felt sorry for her brother and was afraid that he would be defeated. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what expression to make in response. Lu Jin looked up at him and said with a smile, "You're not jealous, are you?" Hua Xiaoheng. He also smiled and said, "Young master he is Nianji's brother. Why would I be jealous? It's not like I'm stupid." "That's right." Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and said with emotion, "Nianji is family to He Jichu, but it's romantic love for you. In romantic love, there will be jealousy, unwillingness, greed, and a strong desire to be exclusive. You will want the other party to reciprocate the same feelings. Without these, don't say that you have romantic love. But family love is different. Family love is the purest. It just wants the other party to be well, to fight for the other party, and to worry that the other party will suffer. And this kind of relationship is completely selfless and doesn't ask for anything in return. Hua Xiaoheng listened for a while and smiled. Not necessarily, right? The relationship between some couples can also reach this stage. To what stage? To hope that the other party will be well, worry that the other party will suffer, and not ask for anything in return. This is the relationship between husband and wife. It is already sublimated from love to family love. It can't be said that it's not good. Lu Jin shrugged. My father is a psychologist. I'm still very convinced by his theory. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and felt that Lu Jin's words made sense. For example, he loved Nianji so much that he could not ask for anything in return. He loved her and could die for her, but if she didn't love him, he would feel that he would rather die. In Lu Jin's suite, Gun Nianji finally dialed Xie Qingying's number again. Xie Qingying had just woken up. Her best friend was washing up in the bathroom. She was sitting by the window and scrolling through her phone in boredom. Seeing Gun Nianji's strange number, Xie Qingying thought for a moment and picked it up. She said calmly, Nianji, Happy New Year. Of course, she had to pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the new year. Gun Nianji paused and forced herself to say, Happy New Year, Cousin Xie. She immediately said bluntly, Cousin Xie, it was too rushed yesterday. I didn't have time to ask clearly. Why did you break up with my brother? Did my brother do something wrong? Or did something happen? She asked carefully, and it was obvious that she was probing. The corners of Xie Qingying's mouth twitched, but how could she tell her the real reason? Xie Qingying couldn't suppress the anger in her heart and said coldly, What does it have to do with you? This is between me and young Master He. I don't need an outsider like you to tell me what to do. Gun Nianji was stunned for a long time. She couldn't help saying, Young Master He is my brother, you are my cousin, and my father is your uncle. How can I be considered an outsider? Xie Qingying was almost suffocated by her words. She held her chest and let out a long sigh. She said angrily, Even biological parents are outsiders when it comes to the relationship between a man and a woman, let alone siblings and cousins. Gun Nianji, don't interfere with your brother's relationship anymore. If you interfere again, your brother will never be able to find a wife. Gun Nianji was also angry. I'm interfering? I was just asking. Can I even do that? If my brother was dumped and I didn't care, would I still be considered a human? Xie Qingying, I don't believe that you can pretend you didn't see something like this happen to your siblings. Xie Qingying was tongue-tied. She couldn't win against Gun Nianji in an argument, so she didn't want to talk anymore. She simply hung up and blocked her strange number. Gun Nianji couldn't get through. She knew that Xie Qingying must have blocked her number. Although she could use other methods to continue calling, she knew it would be useless. She could understand that Xie Qingying didn't want to talk to her anymore. And it wasn't like she didn't gain anything. From Xie Qingying's angry words, she vaguely felt that Xie Qingying's breakup with He Zhichu had something to do with her. But she also felt wronged. She was He Zhichu's biological sister. She was also his only family. It was impossible for her to ignore He Zhichu. Xie Qingying was being too nosy. Even someone as domineering as Major General Huan no longer guarded against their relationship after finding out that He Zhichu was Gun Nianji's biological brother. Gun Nianji stared at the quantum communicator for a long time. Her fingers drew circles on the edge of the tube. After calming down for a while, she called He Zhichu. He Zhichu was in a very good mood on the first day of the new year. He had brought people to the grassroots level early in the morning to visit the soldiers. He only had the phone with him that used to be always charging under his pillow. At noon, he had just finished lunch with everyone. When he came out of the army cafeteria, he received another call from Gun Nianji. She had called him for 2 days in a row, from the end of the year to the beginning of the year. He Zhichu felt that he could be happy for a year. This was today's second update, Chapter 2089, Insider and Outsider. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2102. Nianji, you're visiting me on the first day of the new year? Come, I'll give you a big red packet. Hijichu's voice was light and elegant, with a sense of joy and calmness from the bottom of his heart. Gunyanji, she didn't know if she should curse at him. She was extremely worried about him, but he was in a good mood. He could even tease her. Gunyanji wiped the sweat off her forehead speechlessly. She felt that she might have been worrying too much. It seemed that even though Xie Qingying had dumped Hijichu, it was still unclear who had dumped who based on their current situation. Of course, Gunyanji was completely on Hijichu's side. Seeing that Hijichu wasn't sad, she didn't have to bring it up. The doubts and anger she had felt at Xie Qingying's side vanished in an instant. Gunyanji's mood was like spring in March, so bright that she forgot about her sadness. She giggled and said, "Brother, you only know how to lie to me. How could I receive your red packet?" Oomph. Hijichu couldn't help curling his lips. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes flashed as he said, "I'll keep it for you for now. I'll transfer it to you when I have the chance." Gunyanji scoffed. "How? Unless you can use quantum communication to connect the blockchain of the two worlds. However, the Bitcoin on our side has plummeted. Even if you can transfer it, it'll be free money." Hijichu raised his black leather-gloved hand and covered his lips with a smile. "That's a good idea. Why don't you tell your dad? Maybe he can make it happen." "Huh, I was just spouting nonsense." Gunyanji was a little embarrassed. "Don't tell my dad." She didn't want to take up too much of Lu Jin's time for her own selfish reasons. That was because Lu Jin didn't actually have any particularly lofty ideals. His attitude toward science had always maintained a childlike innocence. That was to conduct scientific research because he liked to do it, not because he had to. Gunyanji knew that the idea she had just proposed would be very attractive to Lu Jin. All his energy might be used in this area. What was the point? Lu Jin's intelligence should be used where he was more needed. Gunyanji laughed it off and glossed over the matter. She then said, "Brother, you're single now. Don't just work all day. You have to find yourself a girl you like to take care of you." The smile on Hijichu's face faded. He stood on the sidewalk outside the military cafeteria and looked at the empty field in the distance. His voice was calm as he said, "Okay, you want me to get married? I'll definitely find you a good sister-in-law." Gunyanji choked and said anxiously, "It's not that I want you to get married. It's that you don't want to get married. I'm not forcing you to get married. Don't twist my words." She was so anxious that her voice had changed. Hijichu's heart softened. He chuckled and said, "Okay, don't worry. I didn't misrepresent what you meant. I understand that you care about me." Gunyanji nodded solemnly. "I really didn't mean to force you. You have your own life. You must have your own ideas about what you want to do. As your sister, I always want you to have a good life. This is my only request." Hijichu closed his eyes and grunted. "I know." After a while, he couldn't help but say, "What if I can't find someone to marry? What should I do then?" Gunyanji quickly said, "It doesn't matter if you can't find someone. At most, I'll take care of you until you're old." She said seriously, "Brother, really, I'm 10 years younger than you. When you're old, I can take care of you until you're old." She also said, "If I'm gone, my son and daughter will take care of you until you're old." Hijichu's voice turned cold as he said sternly, "What nonsense are you talking about? You won't be gone even if I'm gone. You have to live a good life. You have to live to a ripe old age. Do you hear me?" Gunyanji was shocked and quickly nodded. I know. I was just saying. Don't worry. You really scared me." Hijichu furrowed his brows and frowned. "You're the one who scared me. How can you say something like that? Quick, go knock on the wood 3 times. He even reminded her, "Knock loudly. I want to be able to hear you." Gunyanji had no choice but to find a wooden table and knock 3 times. Hijichu was relieved and wanted to whisper to her, "You're not young anymore. You're 21 this year, right? When do you plan to hold your wedding with Hua Xiaoheng? Remember to have children early. It's best if you have 3. As an uncle, I'm counting on my nephews to take care of when I'm old." Gunyinji laughed out loud. Brother, you're so good at bullshit. I still want to be an aunt. When are you going to give me a few nephews? Hijichu laughed and changed the topic. How are you doing over there? Is there no one after you anymore? He had cleaned up the Chin family. The leader was locked up in prison, and the minions and distant relatives had been sent to the ravines. Not only would they not be able to make a comeback in this life, but they wouldn't be able to make a comeback in the next. Speaking of this, Gunyinji couldn't help thinking of Hui Xiaoheng's unreliable father, Hui Guanchen. She couldn't help but complain, I'm safe, but Hui Xiao's mother is unlucky. She quickly told him about the explosion at the Sheridan Hotel a few days ago, as well as the kidnapping of Song Jining. Hijichu was annoyed. What the hell is Hui Xiaoheng doing? His father's womanizing debt has to be paid by his daughter-in-law and ex-wife. What the hell? Nianji, what else is there? Tell me more. He was so angry he wanted to drag Hui Xiaoheng over and beat him up. Gunyinji was a bit embarrassed. Although she didn't like Hui Guanchen, he had his reasons for that incident. He just hadn't expected the other party to be so powerful. Gunyinji shrugged and said casually, although he was responsible, it wasn't the main responsibility. The key was that the other party was too cunning and powerful beyond imagination. Gunyinji had spent 2 months investigating the mastermind, but still couldn't figure out who he was from. At the moment, whether it was the Carlyle Corporation or the Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund, they were just white gloves. Because it was related to the explosion 18 years ago, and Hijichu was an insider in the other world, Gunyinji mentioned a few things to him. She said that Hui Guanchen was investigating the explosion caused by the failed experiment 18 years ago, which was why there was this explosion. Hijichu's heart skipped a beat, and he said, I heard my father mention this once. Gunyinji also remembered that Hui Guanyuan, or Lu Yuan, had gone to the other world with the huge energy of the explosion in that accident. He Chengjian and the others in the other world had also sensed this huge change and sent people to investigate Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan was quickly rescued by Lu Jin. He Chengjian and the others couldn't find him. She quickly said, what did General He say? Does he know what's going on? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2090, I'll take care of you. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. There seems to be some kind of ranking over there. If you have a QQ account, you can help, Major General, rank through QQ reading so that this book will have more chances to appear and be seen by more readers. Thank you, everyone. Moi, moi, little angels. Chapter 2103. Hijichu sighed helplessly. He actually didn't want to waste precious time talking about such things. However, Gunyinji's interest was piqued, so it was obvious that she wouldn't be interested in other topics. What could he do? Of course, he would follow her wishes. Hijichu cleared his throat. There was no one within 3 meters of him. The bodyguards, orderlies, and personal secretaries were scattered around to block off the crowd's line of sight. Hijichu lowered his voice and said, my father once said that Lu Yuan broke through the spatial barrier and came to our side because of an accident. It actually had something to do with Gu Xiangwen. Gunyinji, which Gu Xiangwen? Gunyinji asked uneasily. If there were the same people in parallel spaces, they would be each other's counterparts. Was she mistaken? Hijichu paused for a moment before saying slowly, the Gu Xiangwen on both sides. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat, as if all the air in her lungs had been expelled. Her head was a little dizzy, and she couldn't speak for a long time. By the time she came back to her senses, 10 minutes had passed. Without energy support, the phone had hung up. After this time, she didn't know how long it would be before she could speak to Hijichu again. Gunyinji stared at the quantum communicator in a daze, her mind in a mess. It was as if she was walking in the dark wilderness. A faint light appeared in front of her. She could see it, but she couldn't walk over. She thought about it for a long time and came to one conclusion. The extent to which the 2 Gu Xiangwens were involved in this matter was deeper than they had investigated. Of course, it was also deeper than she had imagined. For a moment, she almost didn't want to investigate this matter anymore. But on second thought, she trusted her father deeply and firmly believed that neither Gu Xiangwen on either side was that kind of crazy person. But why did Yijichu say that the failed experiment was related to Gu Xiangwen on both sides? That was 18 years ago. When Gu Nianji was 2 years old, Lu Jin had just used Gu Nianji's perfect genes to cure He Jichu's genetic defect. Then Lu Jin suddenly left the laboratory and disappeared, causing Gu Nianji to fall into Qin Yaowang's hands. She became a guinea pig for 4 years and was subjected to all sorts of human genetic experiments. For years later, when Gu Nianji was 6 years old, Lu Jin returned. He was furious when he saw her and sent her to the He family. Gu Nianji had no memory of this timeline. Lu Jin had confessed it to her. If this timeline was true, and according to what He Chengjian had told her before she was born, Lu Jin had actually been studying high-energy magnetic fields and had proposed multi-worlds based on quantum mechanics theory. However, this was all done by Lu Jin, who was also Gu Xiangwen from the other world, her real biological father. She had never seen the Gu Xiangwen of this world come up with the same theory or conduct the same research. Gu Nianji felt terrible thinking about the little Gu Nianji who had died silently at the bottom of the blue hole in the Caribbean 8 years ago. She had been a daze for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng had been talking to Lu Jin in the dining room for a long time. Even if food was almost cold, he couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Lu, can Nianji make such a long phone call?" Lu Jin had just finished drinking the lotus root and pork rib soup. He was so full that even his mind was a little slow. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at his watch and said, "No, she can only play for 10 minutes. If there are any more, Ms. Song will give me trouble." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly stood up. "I'll go take a look." His footsteps were a little urgent, and he walked quickly even in his own home. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back and nodded in satisfaction. His own daughter was hurting for him, so he wouldn't let his daughter suffer any more grievances. However, Hua Xiaoheng's cooking was really delicious, and it was especially to his liking. It was as if Lu Yuan had taught him step by step. He was a textbook example of surpassing his master. Lu Jin licked his lips awkwardly and decided not to think about it for the time being. He took a sip of the Dahong Pao that Hua Xiaoheng had made for him, and his body and mind felt comfortable. Hua Xiaoheng came to Lu Jin's suite and knocked on the door. He said in a low voice, "Nianji, are you inside?" He knew that Gu Nianji would be fine in his official residence. However, what had happened before had affected him too much. He wouldn't admit that he already had a psychological scar. Gu Nianji came back to her senses. She put Lu Jin's quantum communicator back in its place and locked it. She got up and opened the door. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a worried expression and said, "I'm so hungry that I can't walk." Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. When she was worried, they were like a veil shrouded in fog. She was very moving. However, Hua Xiaoheng had never been someone who could be moved by appearances alone. So hungry that she couldn't walk. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "I'll be damned if I believe you." However, he still turned around and half knelt on the ground. He said, "I'll carry you there." Gu Nianji beamed and immediately lay on his back. She hugged his broad shoulders tightly, as if he was there to protect her even if the sky fell. She instantly had a backbone. She leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Major General Hua, are you free today? What do you think?" Hua Xiaoheng placed his hands on her hips and pinched them without batting an eyelid. This little heartless girl. He had even taken the spring festival off for her. How could he not be free? She asked despite knowing the answer. Gu Nianji giggled and blew into his ear. She said, "Why don't you tell me about little Gu Nianji and her father, Gu Xiangwen, after dinner?" Hua Xiaoheng, he frowned. "Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Shouldn't she say something auspicious and do something exciting?" Gu Nianji hummed and said in a low but excited voice, "I know. It's only meaningful to talk about such things on the first day of the Lunar New Year, getting rid of the old and starting the new. How great is that?" Hua Xiaoheng continued to think to himself, I'll be damned if I believe you. She couldn't even focus on finding excuses. She had him in the bag. Hua Xiaoheng carried her to the entrance of the dining room. Gu Nianji said again, "Let my dad hear it too. I have a feeling that maybe he and Gu Xiangwen here." This sentence was like a flash of light in Hua Xiaoheng's mind. It illuminated the things that he had never been able to figure out in the past. He suddenly stopped and frowned. "What did you just say? Say it again." Gu Nianji nodded. Tell me again about Gu Xiangwen and little Gu Nianji in this world, and even little He Jichu. I know that you discovered a lot of new things after I left. You only mention it casually, and I don't know a lot of details. It's not that sentence. Hua Xiaoheng put her down and looked at her thoughtfully. It's another sentence. What other sentence? Gu Nianji blinked. I said my dad and Gu Xiangwen in this world. Hua Xiaoheng cut her off and patted her shoulder. He said solemnly, "That's it. Don't worry. Go eat first. I'll call President Liu." "Why are you looking for President Liu?" Gu Nianji sniffed unhappily and reached out to tug at Hua Xiaoheng's sleeve. "He sent my dad over in a hurry because he wanted to spend some alone time with Ms. Song. But this matter must be supported by President Liu." Hua Xiaoheng's palms were sweaty. He was nervous and a little excited, but his expression was as calm as ever. However, what he said wasn't the case. "I'll immediately apply for Level 1 alert. Let's go to the study of my official residence to talk. I'll inform Little Zay to block all signals and inform Big Xiong to return to the team to take charge of the official residence's security. Old Zhou will lead the military police to control the underground, land, and air defense systems of the entire base. Gu Nianji, big brother, you're making too much a scene?" Gu Nianji couldn't even eat anymore. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Major General Hua, do you know what you're doing?" She asked seriously, "Don't expose yourself here. This is the second update of today, Chapter 2091. I don't believe you. There are 2 updates today. P.S. No matter where you're reading the novel, I hope you can go to Buckle Reading and help Hello Major General get on the rankings. It seems that 1 yuan can increase 10 points, right? To be honest, there are too many rankings now, and it's much more difficult for readers to find books than before. I hope this book will have more opportunities to appear and be seen by more readers. Thank you, everyone. Moi, all the big shots and little angels." Chapter 2104. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a minute and said seriously, "You have a point." He turned to the study and used the landline to issue an order. Special Operations Forces Headquarters Base on Level 1 alert. Colonel Zhao Yangzi, block all electromagnetic signals inside and outside the base. Colonel Lin Shixiang, return to the team immediately and be in charge of all security inside and outside my official residence. Colonel Zhou Qiyuan, lead the military police to control the underground, land, and air defense systems of the entire base. Take note, all of this must be carried out in secret. Be relaxed on the outside, but tight on the inside. Don't alert the enemy. Gu Nianji followed him in and heard that Hua Xiaoheng had finished assigning tasks. The corners of her mouth twitched. Didn't they still have to make a big fuss? It was just that the method had changed so that unrelated people wouldn't be alerted. After all, today was the first day of the new year. Everyone still had to celebrate in a happy and peaceful atmosphere. Hua Xiaoheng then called Lu Yuan and said, "CEO Lu, come to my official residence with Ms. Song for dinner today. I'll personally cook. You can also take a break." Lu Yuan had just sent Lu Jin to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence and had only been back home for a few hours. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't a petty person. Was he so polite to suddenly invite him and Song Jinning to dinner in the city? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Okay, but we might not be able to leave the city at night." "No problem. I have enough rooms for you to stay here." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was neither fast nor slow, and he even had a slight smile on his face. He looked like a completely different person from the person who had just given the order. Gu Nianji sighed at Hua Xiaoheng's shrewdness, but she couldn't look away. She liked him like this. Men who worked hard were the most attractive. Hua Xiaoheng put down the phone and turned to see Gu Nianji's black, grape-like eyes almost shining like stars. His heart skipped a beat. Her gaze seemed to have honey. and he felt sweet at first glance. It was really the new year. Hua Xiaoheng also thought with emotion that everything he saw was pleasing to the eye. He said to Gun Yinji, "I'll call Uncle Lu over. Stay here and don't go out." His official residence study was one of the places with the tightest security system in the entire Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng was very cautious about the topic they were going to discuss later, but it wasn't top secret yet. So many high-level security measures hadn't been put on. But with these arrangements, it was enough to ensure that their conversation would not be leaked. Moreover, he wasn't sure if there was really a problem. It was just his guess. Gun Yinji said, "Let me go. My dad might not listen to you if you go." Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop her. "Fine, I'll go with you." The two of them arrived at the restaurant. Lu Jin was no longer there. Gun Yinji said he should be going back to his suite. Hua Xiaoheng, and she knocked on the door of Lu Jin's suite again. Lu Jin's suite was on the first floor. As soon as the door was knocked, Lu Jin opened it and asked impatiently, "What is it? Is it time for dinner?" Gun Yinji, they just had lunch not long ago. Gun Yinji rubbed her temples and held Lu Jin's hand. "Dad, I have something to ask you. Come with me to Major General Hua's study." Lu Jin had always agreed to Gun Yinji's requests, so he didn't think too much about it. He chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll lock the computer." He went back to his room and locked the screen of his computer, which was doing large-scale calculations. Then, he turned around and followed Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng to his study. It was Lu Jin's first time in Hua Xiaoheng's study. Not long after he came in, he said in surprise, "You have a super strong electromagnetic shield here? What happened? I remember it wasn't there just now." Hua Xiaoheng, this was the electromagnetic shield that Zhao Yangzi had just activated. He didn't expect Lu Jin to detect it so quickly. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said, "Uncle Lu, take out your phone and put it here." He took out a phone bag that could block electromagnetic signals and handed it to Lu Jin. Gun Yinji didn't bring her phone in. Hua Xiaoheng's phone was already in a special phone bag. Lu Jin's expression became serious. "What are you doing? You tricked me and Yinji into coming in, and you still want to block electromagnetic signals? Don't think that just because you blocked electromagnetic signals, I can't make a phone call." Hua Xiaoheng, he could still make a phone call after blocking electromagnetic signals? The electromagnetic shield that Hua Xiaoheng had Zhao Yangzi set up this time was so strong that even the landline phone would be affected. Lu Jin actually said that he could still make a phone call under such circumstances. Hua Xiaoheng's hand, which was holding the phone shield bag, stopped in midair. His expression didn't change, but his tone became more serious. "Uncle Lu, did you say that your phone could be controlled without this kind of electromagnetic interference?" Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. "What's so difficult about that? Because your electromagnetic shielding isn't as good as mine, I can crack your shielding signal." So that was how it was. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was still worried that Lu Jin had some kind of outstanding black technology. It was still acceptable if it was just cracking the signal. Gun Yinji winked at Lu Jin. The phone that she had brought from the other world was specially made by Lu Jin for her. It could make a phone call even under the electromagnetic shield. Lu Jin smiled at her to tell her not to worry. Although Lu Jin was a patient with severe interpersonal disorder, that didn't mean that he didn't know what other people were thinking. On the contrary, he could see it too clearly, but he didn't care, so his words were especially piercing. Gun Yinji sat beside Lu Jin and sorted out her thoughts. Before Lu Yuan and Song Jining arrived, Gun Yinji decided to throw a brick to attract Jade and give Lu Jin a heads up. After all, with Hua Xiaoheng's identity here, there were some things that even she wasn't sure if she should say. Gun Yinji held Lu Jin's hand and hesitated for a moment before asking tentatively, "Dad, how did you find out that President Lu suddenly appeared in the other world 18 years ago?" Lu Jin's heart had been pounding because of Hua Xiaoheng's actions. He didn't know what he had discovered again. Now that he heard Gun Yinji ask about Lu Yuan 18 years ago, he immediately relaxed. He definitely had to tell them about Lu Yuan because of Lu Yuan's special identity. Lu Jin knew that these people would ask him sooner or later, so he was already prepared. It was really giving Lu Yuan face to wait until now to ask. As Lu Jin thought about it, he said seriously, "It was also a coincidence at that time. I've always been very interested in quantum mechanics, and I've been doing research on high-energy magnetic fields and multi-worlds theory." He stared at Gun Yinji, as if he wanted to see another person through her. Lu Jin muttered, "But because of you, I stopped my research on quantum mechanics and high-energy magnetic fields and spent 3 years researching gene editing. You were born a year later, and then another 2 years passed. When you were 2 years old, I cured Yijichu, and your condition stabilized. This proved that my gene editing was perfect." Gun Yinji nodded. "That means that 21 years ago, you were mainly engaged in research on high-energy magnetic fields and multi-world theory." "Yes," Lu Jin said casually. "It's my old profession after all, so I noticed the change in the magnetic field of the other world as soon as it appeared. 10 hours later, I took my own private plane to the Tunguska region of the Soviet Union and picked Lu Yuan up before that old man, He Changjian." "Really?" Gun Yinji smiled. Hua Xiaoheng sat beside her without saying a word, but his gaze never left Gun Yinji's face. Seeing her expression, Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gun Yinji was digging a hole for someone again. This is today's first chapter, Chapter 2092, Taking the Lead. It's 2 o'clock today, at 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes, moi, everyone little angels, Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2105. Gun Yinji's smile deepened. She took a step towards where Lu Jin was sitting and held his arm. She asked affectionately, "Dad, then you've always had equipment to observe the space magnetic field of the other world, right?" Without waiting for Lu Jin to answer, Gun Yinji asked one question after another. "Then when you were observing the space magnetic field of the other world, did you receive any signals from the other world? After all, you're the one who proposed the multiple worlds theory. Otherwise, how would you verify your theory?" Lu Jin felt that the logic of this question was very smooth. Since there was AB, then there was AA. This was the relationship from here to there. He nodded vigorously. "Of course, I've been doing experiments for so many years to verify my multiple worlds theory. How could I not observe the magnetic field? After observing for so many years, I still receive some magnetic field signals from the other world sometimes. Then, did you receive Gu Xiangwen's magnetic field signal from this world sometime 21 years ago?" Gun Yinji finally asked the key question. Even Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He looked calm on the surface, but his eyes were already a little nervous. Lu Jin, what a good girl. She was actually trying to get information out of her father. Lu Jin braked in time and almost bit his tongue. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I don't know about that. I received so many random signals. How would I know who those signals were from?" Gun Yinji was a little disappointed. She wondered if Lu Jin was especially vigilant, or if he really hadn't received any signals from Gu Xiangwen. If he really hadn't, then her and Hua Xiaoheng's speculations would all be overturned. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze shifted to Lu Jin. Under his pressuring gaze, Lu Jin shifted uncomfortably and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "Why are you looking at me?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said calmly, "It's nothing. Have some tea. I'll go out for a while." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and left the room to Gun Yinji and Lu Jin. He left the study and went outside to call Lu Yuan. On the first day of the new year, the highway into the capital was empty. There was almost no traffic. It used to take 2 hours to get there, but now it took less than an hour. Not long after, Lu Yuan got out of the car in front of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. In Shixiang stood at the door with his hands behind his back to receive them. Lu Yuan knew that In Shixiang should be spending the spring festival at his new wife, Ma Qiqi's house. He ended up standing guard in front of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. He must have been transferred back at the last minute. The fact that a temporary transfer had occurred in their organization meant that something big had happened. Lu Yuan was a little shocked. What happened on the first day of the new year? There were no signs at all yesterday. Lu Yuan followed Song Jining to Hua Xiaoheng's study suspiciously. Lu Jin sat on the sofa in the middle of the study. Gun Yinji sat next to him and was talking to him with a smile. Lu Jin's gaze was a little shifty. It wasn't his usual demeanor. Lu Yuan's mind buzzed. He knew that this must have something to do with Lu Jin. Since it had something to do with Lu Jin, it was probably not a small matter. Lu Yuan and Song Jining sat down on the sofa opposite Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng sat on a single sofa at the head of the two sofas. It was the seat of the host, the seat of the judge, and the seat of the superior. He nodded at Lu Yuan calmly and said, "President Lu, you're here. I'm sorry to call you and Ms. Song over on the first day of the new year. Aren't we having dinner?" Lu Yuan smiled and teased. "What's there to be sorry about?" Hua Xiaoheng also smiled. "We definitely have dinner, but before dinner, I have a few questions to ask President Lu." Lu Yuan nodded. "I knew it wouldn't be easy for Xiaoheng to eat. As long as it's not a Hongmin banquet, it's fine." Only then did Song Jining feel that the atmosphere in the room wasn't right. She looked at Lu Yuan uneasily, then at Lu Jin. Finally, her gaze fell on Gun Yinji's face, and she asked inquisitively, "Yinji, what happened?" Gun Yinji looked at her with a smile. "It's nothing. Major General Hua, and I just want to find out what happened 18 years ago." So, it was still related to the explosion that failed the experiment. Song Jining revealed a puzzled expression and nodded in deep thought. "I've been thinking about this since Christmas. I always thought that the experiment failed because there was something wrong with our data, but after Christmas, I realized that it might not be that simple. Is it possible that it was really man-made?" Hua Xiaoheng picked up where she left off and immediately said to Lu Yuan, "President Lu, what do you think? How did you meet Uncle Lu in the other world?" Lu Jin's gaze became even more erratic. He didn't dare to look at Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan glanced at him quickly and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "It's a long story. At that time, I only remember that the laboratory suddenly shook, but it wasn't the kind of earthquake, but an extremely low-frequency vibration. Originally, this kind of low-frequency vibration shouldn't have caused an explosion of that magnitude. We were still in the midst of an emergency evacuation. However, before everyone could run to the door, an extremely bright white light suddenly flashed from the center of the laboratory. Everyone was surprised and turned to look at the white light. I felt that something was wrong, so I immediately closed the laboratory door." Lu Yuan closed his eyes. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind, but the four warriors who had gone to the other world with him had already fallen to the ground in an instant. Lu Yuan continued, "In the blink of an eye, I went from the laboratory of the Imperial Capital's Institute of High-Energy Physics to a place filled with birch forests. There was also a round, deep pit next to it. The four warriors fell in front of me and stopped breathing. I thought we were ambushed." Lu Jin said faintly, "That's the counterpart effect. It means that in our world, there are counterparts of the four warriors. If the counterparts appear at the same time and in the same space, they will all die." Lu Yuan nodded. "But I didn't know at the time. I quickly rolled to the bottom of the pit and used it as a trench to see who was spying on us. But I waited for nearly 10 hours, but the ambusher didn't appear. I was almost frozen." Lu Jin said with lingering fear, "When I went over, he thought I was the one who ambushed him. If my arms weren't frozen, he would have beaten me to death with one punch." "You should be glad that I was already frozen at that time," Lu Yuan said lightly. "Otherwise, I would have really killed you with one punch." Lu Jin chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. "I'm so smart. How could I not have predicted that? Actually, I have a tranquilizer gun in my hand. As soon as you reach out, I'll shoot. If I wasn't frozen, you wouldn't have shot as fast as I could." Lu Yuan didn't think much of it. "That's where you're wrong." Lu Jin's emotions gradually recovered. He pointed at Lu Yuan and laughed. "My tranquilizer gun doesn't need me to pull the trigger myself. I turned on the light, sensing automatic control system. As soon as your arm moved, it would sense it and shoot immediately. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than light, right?" Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. "It's that powerful? Can you make this kind of tranquilizer gun again? Let us broaden our horizons." "I can, but it's too difficult and expensive, and the accuracy is very low. It's only useful at very close range." Lu Jin shook his head and saw through Hua Xiaoheng's thoughts at a glance. "Even if I spend a few years to make one, I'll only give it to my girl to protect herself, It's impossible for me to equip you on a large scale. The high price-performance ratio will make you retreat. When he heard that it would take so much time to make such a tranquilizer gun, and the accuracy was low, Hua Xiaoheng immediately gave up on the idea and changed his words. Then make one for Nianji. I'll be able to broaden my horizons then. That's more like it. Lu Jin nodded with a smile. You pay, and I work. It's only right. Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan saw that Lu Jin had changed the topic without batting an eyelid. He was amused and gently reminded him. Later, Lu Jin started to ask me if I was from the other world and why I looked like this. Although I was also very handsome, I shouldn't have. These were Lu Jin's original words. Lu Jin blushed in embarrassment. Gun Yanji. What did he mean? This was today's second chapter, chapter 2093. Although he's handsome, it shouldn't be. It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, everyone, Little Angels, Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, Chapter 2106. Lu Jin's face didn't turn red for long. He suddenly realized something and glared at Lu Yuan reproachfully. Lu Yuan didn't look at him. Instead, he held Song Jinning's hand and kissed it. He said, When I was there, I almost thought I was mentally ill. When I opened my eyes, I saw the birch forest all over the mountains. Not far from me, there was a bottomless, circular pit. The sky above my head was very blue, like the blue on the best cloisonné porcelain I saw in the Forbidden City when I was a child. And the 4 soldiers who had been by my side to protect me had fallen beside me and had stopped breathing. There were no injuries on their bodies. It was as if they were asleep. Lu Yuan told her about his first impression of the other world. I only came to my senses when I saw their bodies. No matter where I was, I had to hide immediately. Danger is right around us. Who knows which enemy it is? Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to Lu Jin. He smiled and said, Until I saw Professor Lu. He looked different then. Gun Yanji came back to her senses and smiled. Really? You also think that although my father is very handsome, he shouldn't be, right? She repeated what Lu Jin had said. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched awkwardly. He sat on the sofa like he was sitting on pins and needles. He wished he could stand up and leave the study. But Hua Xiaoheng had made so many preparations. Where could he escape to? Thinking of this, Lu Jin glared at Hua Xiaoheng again. Only now did he understand that 90% of Hua Xiaoheng's previous orders were to prevent him from suddenly escaping. Lu Yuan put down Song Jinning's hand and placed it on the sofa between the two of them. His palm was still holding her hand, and he didn't want to let go for a moment. Lu Yuan said, Your father was handsome to the point of being devilishly charming at that time. When he smiled at me, I shivered in fear. Gun Yanji, was that a compliment? Lu Jin, on the other hand, became smug. He placed one hand on the armrest of the sofa and crossed his legs to make a devilish gesture. He smiled and said, That's true, girl. No matter what level of school your father was in, he was always a Prince Charming and the school hunk. The corners of Gun Yanji's mouth twitched. No matter how hard she tried, she could not associate Gu Xiangwen's refined and gentle face with the word devilishly handsome. According to the principle of correspondence, Gu Xiangwen and Lu Jin had the same DNA, so they should look exactly the same. Lu Jin's current appearance was that of an ordinary passerby. In order to avoid He Chungjin's pursuit, he had been burned by the fire during the death escape and had undergone plastic surgery. Lu Yuan saw the look of disbelief on Gun Yanji's face. He smiled and took out his wallet. He took out a photo from the inner compartment and said, Here, take a look. This is an out-of-print photo. Gun Yanji took it curiously. There were 2 young men in the photo, both of whom were unusually good-looking. The tall and strong man on the left must be Lu Yuan. 18 years ago, he was younger and more charming than he was now. He stood under a rock with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a lonely pine tree. The man on the right was tall and thin, but he didn't look weak. His eyebrows were neat, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. He looked exactly the same as Gu Xiangwen, whom Gun Yanji had seen before. However, This person's eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was always a faint smirk on his lips, making his entire temperament seem devilishly charming. Gun Yinji was amazed. It turned out that a person's appearance was more important than their facial features. Even if they had the exact same appearance, because of their different temperaments, the impression they gave people could be completely different. She looked at it again and again, unable to put it down. Suddenly, she took out her small wallet and took out a photo. This is a photo of Gu Xiangwen here. She had gotten this photo from Yi Xian. It was originally a photo of Yi Xian and Gu Xiangwen when they were young. When Gun Yinji took it, she used Photoshop to erase Yi Xian and photoshopped a photo of herself when she was young. It looked like Gu Xiangwen had his arm around her shoulder and was taking a photo with her. Lu Yuan took it and looked at it. He said thoughtfully, "This is Gu Xiangwen here? Is this little girl, the little Yinji here?" Of course, he knew that the little Gun Yinji here had died before Gun Yinji came 8 years ago. Otherwise, Gun Yinji wouldn't have been alive after coming over. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. She didn't want to say that it was a stupid thing she had done. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mention it either. He took the glass of water from the coffee table in front of the sofa and took a sip. Lu Jin quickly said, "Let me see. I haven't seen him before." Gun Yinji, she quietly took the photo from Lu Yuan's hand and placed it in front of Lu Jin. "Are you curious? Actually, wouldn't you know what he looks like if you look in the mirror? That's different." Lu Jin was attracted by the photo, but after looking at it for a while, his expression suddenly darkened. He glared at Yinji and said, "Why did you take the photo with him? He knew you were coming over. Didn't you say he was in the submarine in the sea?" Gun Yinji blushed. She hadn't expected Lu Jin to see through her. Lu Yuan was also surprised. He walked over to take a look, then looked at Gun Yinji and said, "Is it you?" Gun Yinji's eyes quickly welled up with tears. She closed her eyes and choked with sobs. "At that time, I thought he was my father. I missed him very much and wanted to have my own parents, so I asked for this photo from someone else and photoshopped it again to Photoshop me." As she spoke, she took out Yi Xian's original photo and showed it to them. Lu Jin's eyes turned red when he heard this. He couldn't care less about looking at the original photo. He grabbed Gun Yinji's hand and choked with sobs. "Girl, let's not Photoshop. Come, take a few more photos with Dad." Gun Yinji, that wasn't the point. She took a deep breath and grabbed Lu Jin's hand. "So you've been in contact with Gu Xiangwen here for a long time? You plan to send people over and over? In that case, when you contacted Gu Xiangwen here, I wasn't born yet. I didn't even have the possibility of being born. So what exactly are your plans with Gu Xiangwen here?" The corners of Lu Jin's eyes twitched. His mind raced, and he didn't know how to respond to Gun Yinji's question. Lu Yuan walked back to the sofa opposite him and sat down. He held Song Jinning's hand and looked at her. "Jinning, do you still remember why we started this experiment together?" Song Jinning nodded heavily. "Of course I remember." She also looked at Lu Yuan and said with a warm smile, "My father mentioned it to me. It was Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan who suggested it to the organization. He said that he had made contact with a very powerful overseas Chinese scientist. That person took the initiative to provide him with information in hopes that our country could quickly carry out experiments on high-energy magnetic fields. The purpose of this experiment is to use the energy of high-energy magnetic fields to find the same magnetic resonance frequency as the other world. As long as we find the same resonance frequency, we can open the wormhole beside us and go to the other world. Because Mr. Hawking said that the wormhole is actually right beside us." This was today's first update, Chapter 2094, The Origins of Cooperation. Today was the second update, at 9 o'clock in the evening. Today was Monday, a reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets, moi, all the big shots, and little angels. Chapter 2107. Gun Yinji quickly said, "President Liu, as far as we know, this overseas Chinese scientist is Gu Xiangwen from this world, right?" Lu Yuan nodded. "It's him. His connection with me is one way. Only he can send me messages. I can't contact him." Gun Yinji was a bit disappointed. "So that means you've never actually met him?" "Of course not. Lu Yuan said regretfully, I once asked to meet him, but he declined. He said that he would return to Huaxia to meet us on the day our experiment succeeded. Unfortunately, he didn't live to see that day. Gun Yinji thought about it even more. She propped up her chin and said in a low voice, If you've seen Gu Xiangwen in this world, then you'll recognize him at a glance when you see my dad in the other world, right? Lu Yuan laughed. I didn't recognize him at first glance, but when he introduced himself as Gu Xiangwen, I thought he was the scientist who gave us the news. Of course, I soon realized that he wasn't Gu Xiangwen from the other side. I was in the other world. As he spoke, Lu Yuan looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said, You guys seem to have known about this a long time ago. What did you guys find out? Hua Xiaoheng had long known about all of this. At this moment, he said, More than a year ago, we discovered that President Liu had stored some data and important information in a safe in a foreign bank. Gun Yinji immediately said, I still remember one of the letters. She glanced at Lu Jin faintly, then shifted her gaze to Lu Yuan and slowly began to recite. Mr. Hua, this high-energy magnetic field data was measured by me. I am willing to hand it over to you. I hope that the Huaxia military can start the high-energy magnetic field experiment as soon as possible. As far as I know, the United States, Japan, and Germany are all conducting experiments in this area to varying degrees. As a descendant of Huaxia and a scientist, I have the obligation to remind my motherland. Although I have never returned to China, and I am not a citizen of China, China is still my motherland. It is the motherland of my ancestors, and it is also the motherland of my descendants. His only wish was for Huaxia to prosper, have a strong military, be able to resist all foreign invasions, protect its people from being slaughtered, and protect its land from being trampled. Sincerely, Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng could still remember how he had felt when he had first read the letter. He, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed on top of him, had his eyes redden at that moment. It was a thin piece of paper, but it weighed 1,000 caddies in his hands. This was because it carried the undying faith and determination of the Huaxia people for the past 100 years to save the nation from extinction. This nation had gone through many disasters in the past 5,000 years, but they had stood up again and again from the ruins, walking to the forefront of the world. It was all because of these wise, powerful, and unyielding Chinese people. Only then did he understand where the military's secret experiments originated from. However, half a year later, Gun Yinji had disappeared. The magnetic channel in the opposite space had opened, and the door to the new world had opened. He vaguely felt that Gu Xiangwen's letter had only let them see the bright side of the moon facing them. There was another side, which people called the dark side of the moon. It was always hidden in the darkness. Lu Jin heard the letter and immediately said, I didn't write it. Lu Yuan said indifferently, Of course it's not you. It's our Gu Xiangwen. He took a deep breath and said emotionally, At that time, Mr. Gu Xiangwen gave the original data of his successful experiment to the Huaxia military for free. He also told us not to fall behind other countries. Because we all know that if we fall behind, we will be beaten. Because the international community is still governed by the rules of the jungle. No one gives the weak in the international community the same respect as the law and etiquette. Here, there is only one voice, and that is the voice of the strong. And no country feels all of this more deeply than Huaxia, which has experienced 100 years of war and fallen from the peak of glory to the abyss of darkness. Gun Yinji remembered what Song Jining had once said to her. She clapped thoughtfully and said, I understand. At that time, when I saw the data, I asked you, has anyone succeeded in this experiment before? You said, of course. It was my father, Gu Xiangwen, who had succeeded before. He was also the only person on the entire blue planet who had succeeded. The evidence is these raw data. Anyone who has done this experiment knows that if it has not been successful, there would not be these raw data. Gun Yinji's gaze also fell on Lu Jin's solemn face. Ms. Song also said that the repeatability of this experiment is different from other experiments. For other experiments, as long as the successful data is produced, everyone can replicate it. But for this experiment, because the experimental conditions are so different, no one can replicate other people's experimental conditions, so it's impossible to replicate the experiment completely according to other people's data. But having a set of successful raw data is also very important because it points you in the right direction, just like marking coordinates on an unfamiliar road. If you follow the coordinates, you'll be able to reach the other side of success. If you don't have this set of successful raw data, you might not even be able to touch the edge of that road. This raw data can help us find the right path. But finding this path doesn't mean that we've reached the end. To finish this path, we still have to rely on ourselves to explore. But with this set of raw data, we can greatly shorten the time we need to explore. Gu Nianji hugged Lu Jin's arm. At that time, I was thinking, how did Gu Xiangwen succeed on his own? This was too unbelievable to me. I knew that my father, Gu Xiangwen, was a genius, but I never thought that he would be such a genius. Song Jining smiled and looked eagerly at Lu Jin, who was a little embarrassed. I also want to know this. If I have the chance to meet your father, I will definitely ask him a lot of questions about physics. Lu Yuan clapped his hands and looked at Lu Jin, who was beginning to feel uneasy with a faint smile. Now we know how Gu Xiangwen from this world relied on one person to complete this experiment that many large countries couldn't even complete with the strength of the entire country. Hua Xiaoheng also concluded, since Gu Xiangwen's experiment in this world has been successful, that means that he has discovered the same magnetic resonance frequency as the other world. Uncle Lu, did he once open a wormhole in the Caribbean blue hole and connect with you? Gu Nianji thought of the sea that flashed with blue lightning and gasped. She still couldn't forget the pain of being electrocuted all over her body. Lu Jin's gaze swept past the faces of the three people in the study and finally landed on his daughter, Gu Nianji, who was beside him. He raised his hand to stroke the messy hair on her forehead and said with a smile, "Are you guys interrogating me?" Gu Nianji hugged his arm even tighter and said affectionately, "Dad, we're not interrogating you. We just want to know how much contact you have with Gu Xiangwen from this world. As you know, he was hunted down and died in a submarine at the bottom of the sea. We all thought that the experiment back then was an error in the data, but now we've discovered that there seem to be traces of human interference. If you can tell us about your contact with Gu Xiangwen from this world, we might be able to find more clues." Hua Xiaoheng said very sincerely, "Uncle Lu, the problem now is not only to find out the truth about the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. The bigger problem now is that the person who messed up the experiment back then has appeared again, and he has his eyes on Ms. Song and Nianji. If it was just Song Jining's safety, Lu Jin might not have been too excited. However, when it came to Gu Nianji, it was his sore spot. Lu Jin's expression was very ugly. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Who would dare? It was just a coincidence that I got in touch with Gu Xiangwen back then." "Then you guys contacted each other?" Gu Nianji immediately asked. "You planned to send someone over? Who was the person you wanted to send?" "It definitely wasn't Gu Xiangwen himself, was it?" Lu Jin lowered his eyes and didn't dare to look into their eyes. He said honestly, "Actually, at that time, I thought Gu Xiangwen came over himself. Of course, he knew what the Gu Xiangwen from the other world should look like. He looked exactly like himself. That was why he said that. But don't you know the principle of corresponding bodies?" Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Lu Jin rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "In the beginning, we didn't know that corresponding bodies couldn't survive in the same space-time. It was after I saw President Liu and checked the 4 dead soldiers that I realized that there was a fatal flaw in our theory." He spread his hands helplessly and said, "Actually, it's not as mysterious as you think. At that time, I established contact with Gu Xiangwen here, and we even tested the frequency of magnetic resonance. But we hadn't thought of sending anyone over or going over because our experimental data hadn't matured yet. It turns out that our caution was justified." Xiaoheng's expression turned serious. Xiaoheng's expression grew solemn. "So you're saying that the consequences of that failed experiment were also an accident to you?" "Yes, it was a complete accident. That's why I left Nianji in a laboratory in a hurry and came to see for myself what was going on. Lu Jin thought of the 4 years he had spent in the laboratory studying magnetic resonance and why the 4 soldiers had died. A trace of sadness appeared on his face. It was those 4 years that caused the 2-year-old Gun Nianji to fall into Qin Yaowang's hands. From the age of 2 to 6, she had become a lab rat. Gun Nianji leaned her head gently against Lu Jin and whispered, "Dad, don't feel guilty. It's not your fault. You should study this. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will die because of this experiment." Lu Jin patted her hand. "I could do better. I can take you away from Qin Yaowang's biological genetic laboratory and bring you to my own physics laboratory. But when I discovered the loophole in the theory, I was completely attracted. I just wanted to solve this problem immediately." Lu Jin pounded his head, very annoyed. Hua Xiaoheng also rubbed the space between his eyebrows. The other side of the experiment had surfaced, but it still couldn't solve their problem. Was the 18-year failure of the experiment a natural failure or a man-made interference? This was today's second update. Chapter 2095, The Dark Side of the Moon. There were 2 updates today. Today was Monday, a reminder to everyone about the recommendation ticket, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2108. Hua Xiaoheng's study was silent for a while. No one spoke, and no one wanted to speak. Everyone was thinking quietly. Gun Yinji's mind worked quickly, and she was in the rhythm of a lawyer's trial. When she thought about the problem, there was almost no personal bias. She snapped back to reality and was the first to ask, "Then how did you get in touch with Gu Xiangwen? Even if it's a coincidence, there has to be that method and magnetic field frequency, right?" Lu Jin saw that they were conflicted over this question, so he felt relieved and spoke more frankly. He explained very seriously, "Of course, it can't be considered a coincidence. Minds think great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Because we are counterparts in the first place, and our research direction is the same, we made a breakthrough in the multi-worlds theory on the basis of quantum mechanics almost at the same time. After the theoretical breakthrough, it brought about the birth of technical verification methods. We coincidentally chose the high-energy magnetic field as the breakthrough point. We all believe that as long as we find the same magnetic field resonance frequency, we can open a wormhole and realize the docking of 2 parallel universes." Lu Jin thought of the exciting discoveries he had made when he was young, and his eyes shone with a light that could not be ignored. He gestured excitedly and said, "More than 30 years ago, when Gu Xiangwen and I were searching for the magnetic resonance frequency together, we achieved communication signal docking with a simple quantum communicator. Just like the first time humans achieved radio communication, quantum communication brings us the same surprise." Gun Yinji raised her hand in surprise. "So that means you were able to contact each other more than 30 years ago. At that time, cell phones weren't popular yet. How did he know that someone was already using quantum communication?" Lu Jin smiled proudly. "Yes, we've already started to contact each other, but because we're all fighting on our own, we don't have much magnetic field energy accumulated, so our communication time is very short and precious. However, it was in this short but precious time that we shared our family history, personal experiences, and even the history of our world. It's just that the time we can communicate is too short, so a lot of things are very simplified." At this point, Lu Jin's face darkened. He clenched his fists and punched the sofa hard. "One day, Gu Xiangwen told me that he had no choice but to flee because he had offended the Japanese." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. "Ishihara Bai-san?" Lu Jin nodded heavily and pointed at the air. "It's this rotten person. Over here, Gu Xiangwen produced a major research result in his 20s, while Ishihara Bai-san was already in his 30s. The Gu Xiangwen over here has always hated him. He called him trash. Do you think you can compete with me?" Ishihara Bai-san committed suicide out of humiliation. Actually, he committed suicide because he couldn't beat Gu Xiangwen. What does that have to do with Gu Xiangwen? Are you going to be sentenced for ridicule? Lu Jin sneered disapprovingly. But the Ishihara family here actually cooperated with the Japanese Secret Service and started to hunt down Gu Xiangwen. In the end, did his whole family die at the hands of the Japanese? Gu Ninji recalled how she had used chaos mathematics to calculate the deaths of Ishihara's grandfather and grandson. She sighed deeply and said, "I've avenged Gu Xiangwen's family here." As she spoke, she looked at Hua Xiaoheng and told him about how she had fought with Ishihara Baisan's son, Ishihara Taro, using chaos mathematics to fight a battle of wits and courage. Actually, it had only happened less than 2 years ago. Now that she thought about it, it seemed like a lifetime ago. Lu Jin's heart surged when he heard this. He couldn't help but praise her vigorously. "You deserve it. This is how you should deal with these rotten people. My girl is a math genius. Better than me. This is a proper example of the student surpassing the master. I won't accept any rebuttals." Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng, Song Jining, he spoke as if anyone would refute him. Gun Yinji smiled so much that her eyes curved, but she still knew her limits. She pulled Lu Jin's arm and shook it. She gestured with her hands and said, "Dad, you're exaggerating. Actually, my math is definitely not as good as yours. It's just that chaos mathematics is not only math, but also logical reasoning. I inherited my mother's strong logical thinking, so I can do it a little better than that Ishihara Taro." Speaking of chaos mathematics, Gun Yinji immediately thought of the kidnapping of Song Jining led by Kevin and Deputy Director Jia. She immediately said, "Dad, you said that the person behind this attack used a method that was even more advanced than chaos mathematics. What could it be?" Lu Jin looked at her and thought for a moment before saying, "Girl, do you understand the Book of Changes?" Gun Yinji, the Book of Changes? This stumped her. She had never learned such a thing. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand." Lu Jin patted her head and said kindly, "It's very simple. I can teach you." Gun Yinji, what did it have to do with the Book of Changes? She vaguely knew that the Book of Changes was a book of changes, but it was also something that ancient fortune tellers used to trick people. Actually, the Book of Changes is a computational sutra. Lu Jin explained the Book of Changes in very simple mathematical language. The 64 hexagrams and 384 lines in it actually represent the permutations of the probability of different events. And the starting point of chaos mathematics is very similar to the mathematical nature of the Book of Changes. As Lu Jin spoke, he took out his phone and sent Gun Yinji a few copies of information. "These are some of the contents of the Book of Changes that my father, your grandfather, taught me when I was young. There are also a few methods that I've figured out to make speculations about the connection between chaos mathematics and the Book of Changes." Gun Yinji's heart jumped to her throat. She was surprised and delighted. No wonder the other party was able to start planning half a year ago. If it was just chaos mathematics, it would have been impossible to start so early. Because if it was just chaos mathematics, it would need to calculate all kinds of events within half a year. There were too many calculations involved, and even the most advanced supercomputers could not withstand such a large amount of calculations. However, if they were to introduce the framework set by the Book of Changes and use the established 64 hexagrams and 384 lines to lay out the layout, it would indeed save more time, and the accuracy would be abnormally high. But other than you, who else knows about the method of introducing the Book of Changes into chaos mathematics? Hua Xiaoheng asked in a low voice. If what Lu Jin said was true, then the mastermind behind the bombing and kidnapping should also be a genius who knew about the Book of Changes in chaos mathematics. Lu Jin shrugged. "I don't know about that, but the Book of Changes is also very famous in the mathematics world. It's not surprising that someone could think of the same method. I can only say that I didn't mention this idea to anyone in the other world. It was just something I did in my spare time. I wasn't particularly interested in it, so I didn't study it in depth." Lu Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Things seem to have gone back to square one. We still don't know anything about the mastermind from 18 years ago." Gun Yinji thought about it attentively and suddenly looked up. "No, we don't know anything about the mastermind. You know who it is?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Even Song Jining leaned over and looked at her expectantly. Nianji, have you thought of who the murderer is? By now, they were all convinced that the failure of the experiment 18 years ago had indeed been caused by human interference. Gu Nianji nodded, then shook her head. I still don't know who the mastermind is, but we have ready-made clues. We just need to follow the clues. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and asked calmly, when is the court-martial going to start? Kevin and Gua Huaning's case has been pushed back for 2 months. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2096, Great Minds Think Alike. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. It was almost Christmas, so she planned to take a break to save her manuscripts at home, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2109. The kidnapping of Song Jining and the bombing of Gu Nianji happened during the Christmas Eve dinner at the Sheraton Hotel last Christmas Eve. That night, Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Hua Wanchen worked together with the support of General Ji to capture Gua Huaning and Kevin. Deputy Director Jia was shot dead by Lu Yuan on the spot. It was already the first day of a new year. More than 2 months had passed, and Kevin and Gua Huaning's court date had been pushed back again and again. Even Gu Nianji couldn't wait any longer. Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless as he said calmly, "This case is more complicated because it involves foreigners. Kevin's lawyer is currently fighting a jurisdiction case, requesting that Kevin be extradited to the United States for trial." "He's dreaming," Gu Nianji blurted out angrily. "Jurisdiction? I really don't know what jurisdiction there is in this case. Are they fighting for personal jurisdiction, territorial jurisdiction, or protective jurisdiction and universal jurisdiction? Don't tell me that the United States also has long-arm jurisdiction over this criminal case. You'll be chopped off if you stretch your arms too far." Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Long-arm jurisdiction is generally used for civil cases related to the economy. In theory, it's not applicable for criminal cases, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. But the United States has sent a large team of lawyers. They filed all of the jurisdiction issues you just mentioned, including long-arms jurisdiction. They're bent on extraditing Kevin back to the United States. Kevin is a senior executive of Carlyle International Investment Limited. This company is one of the best in the world. If he is really extradited back to the United States, it's almost equivalent to releasing him directly. Anyone with a brain would oppose it, Gu Nianji said disapprovingly. She took out her phone and began to search for online public opinion about the case. However, the internet was calm. Discussions about the case had been deleted and filtered for the past 2 months, and now it had disappeared. Our country doesn't have an extradition agreement with the United States. Lu Yuan wondered. Or has our country signed an extradition agreement with the United States because I haven't been back for 18 years? No, but there has been a cooperation agreement in major criminal cases. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. This is the main demand of the American lawyers in the lawsuit. The previous ones were all pretenses to stall for time. Gu Nianji nodded and pondered thoughtfully. Major criminal cases. Huaxia and the United States do have a cooperation agreement. Kevin's case was indeed a major criminal case. She said in confusion, but Kevin committed a major criminal case on Huaxia soil, not on American soil. What right does the American team of lawyers have to request his extradition back to the United States for trial? Because they thought Kevin would be treated unfairly if he was tried in a military court, unless we agree to try this case in a regular court. Hua Xiaoheng had been following the case for the past 2 months and knew the details very well. Why? Kevin attempted to kidnap and harm Ms. Song, and Ms. Song is an important person protected by our military. Gu Nianji clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling. Not to mention that they were carrying weapons illegally and injured so many of our soldiers and officers. Lu Jin listened for a long time. Now that it had nothing to do with him, he was happy to relax. As soon as he relaxed, his mind became much more flexible. He sneered and said, "Miss, don't tell me you think they are really arguing about the law." Gu Nianji said, "Isn't that the case? Didn't Hua Xiao just say that he's been fighting a jurisdiction lawsuit?" The official case hadn't been heard yet, and now they were making early preparations. If the United States even wants to use long-arm jurisdiction in this case, then it's almost unreasonable. Let me tell you, Lu Jin rolled his eyes. The United States over there wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. That's right. With you over there, our Huaxia Empire's military power has long been on par with the United States. If they want to take control of Huaxia Empire again, they have to weigh their own weight. Gun Yinji took the opportunity to praise Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded heavily. My girl is able to see the big picture from the small details. Her eyes are as bright as a torch. The United States' long-arm jurisdiction is actually power politics. It uses its own military power, economy, and technology as a backing to apply its own domestic laws on the citizens of other countries. At this point, Gun Yinji sighed and leaned back on the sofa. She slumped down, not caring about her image. To put it bluntly, the effectiveness of the law is also maintained by violence. The law actually doesn't represent justice, but the will of the ruling class. This phenomenon is even more obvious in the international community. So as long as you have the power, domestic law can not only govern foreigners, but also other countries. Otherwise, why would the truth be within range of the canon? The same goes for the law. Lu Jin shrugged. Wherever the United States Aircraft Carrier Group can go, its long-arm jurisdiction can be enforced. Gun Yinji didn't say anything for a long time. She thought about it quietly and had already begun to look for other angles to look at the problem. If this channel didn't work, she wouldn't usually be so stubborn. She would look for another path. As long as she could reach her goal, she didn't care which path she took. After a while, she asked Hua Xiaoheng, what did General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai say? It's not convenient for them to express their opinions for the time being. Everything will be handled by the military court. Gun Yinji's right-hand fingers subconsciously rubbed together, and her left hand tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa. She inadvertently glanced down at the movements of her hands and suddenly had an idea. She smiled and said, Major General Hua, tell me the truth first. Are there people in the upper echelons on the United States side? Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and didn't deny it. Indeed there are. Otherwise, the American lawyers wouldn't have dragged on for 2 months without a real trial. It's not only the upper echelons, but also a group of elites. They want our country to submit to the long-arm jurisdiction system of the United States. They claim that this is a customary norm of the international community. If we don't obey it, we will be the ones who break the rules and have no spirit of contract. Not only did Gun Yinji have a headache, but even her teeth were sore. She shook her head speechlessly and said, Why don't you throw what the American president has done recently in their faces? No spirit of contract? Who is the one who doesn't have the spirit of contract? Besides, it's either stupid or bad to talk about contracts with European and American countries. Although that humiliating history has almost passed for 100 years, the nature of Western countries hasn't changed. They won't talk about the law with other countries unless they have no other choice. Lu Jin nodded repeatedly and praised Gun Yinji's words. My girl is right. If you really want to talk about rules with Western countries, you'll be tricked. Will the rules they set be beneficial to you? Even if you think with a single cell of a paramecium, it won't be. Yes, my dad is still the most thorough. Lu Jin and Gun Yinji were practically praising each other in business. Lu Yuan felt that he couldn't stand it anymore and almost wanted to stand up and leave. Song Jining didn't know much about this, but this case was related to her. She wouldn't be convinced if she didn't see Kevin and Gua Huaning brought to justice. Is there really no other way? Are we just going to watch them drag it out day by day? Song Jining frowned and said unhappily. 2 months is enough to make Kevin sick, Gun Yinji said faintly. If the trial doesn't start soon, believe it or not, Kevin will soon be released on medical parole for serious illness. That's the worst outcome, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. If that's really the case, then as soon as Kevin leaves the country, we'll go overseas to enforce the law. Gun Yinji laughed and looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting at the head of the table. Major General Hua, you're amazing. We can also enforce our long-armed jurisdiction. However, even though they were joking, Everyone present knew how difficult and dangerous it was to enforce the law overseas. Gun Yinji would never let Hua Xiaoheng fall into that kind of dangerous situation. She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, there is a way." "What method?" Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Lu Jin asked in unison. Gun Yinji tilted her head slightly and said slyly, "The great ancestor said that if we were to fight the United States, they would fight their own battles, and we would fight ours. I think some of the higher-ups have forgotten that international jurisdiction is different from domestic jurisdiction. It's not an either-or relationship. Therefore, it doesn't mean that we can't try this case just because they are fighting for jurisdiction." She clasped her hands together and said, "Therefore, as long as the three heavyweights agree, we can hold a court at the same time. Aren't the American lawyers fighting for jurisdiction? Keep fighting them. At the same time, we will officially start the trial of Kevin and Gua Huaning." This was today's second chapter, Chapter 2097, You Fight You, I'll Fight Me. It's 2 o'clock today. It's almost Christmas, so I'm planning to take a break and stay at home to write. Moi moi. Everyone, little angels, Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2110. Hua Xiaoheng made a prompt decision. He immediately stood up and said, "I'll go discuss it with General Ji. If it works out, Ms. Song can entrust Nianji to be her lawyer." Both Song Jining and Gun Yinji were actually the other party's targets, but because Hua Xiaoheng had protected her in time, Gun Yinji had basically escaped unscathed. It was hard to say whether she was a victim or not. However, Song Jining had been kidnapped by Deputy Director Jia, and her life was in danger. Therefore, in the end, the military court only filed a case of kidnapping. When Lu Jin found out, he said unhappily, "Then my girl was threatened by them for nothing? Uncle Lu, you can help your daughter vent her anger." Hua Xiaoheng smiled teasingly and nodded at Gun Yinji before leaving his study. Lu Yuan held Song Jinning's hand and stood up. He said, "Since we're here, why don't we sign the letter of authorization today?" Gun Yinji couldn't be happier. "I'll go get the contract." She returned to her room and printed out a lawyer's contract on her computer for Song Jinning to sign. Then, he made 3 copies and stored them separately. At the same time, the military court would also receive a letter of attorney. In the future, Gun Yinji would be notified of all matters related to Song Jinning's appearance in court. Also, because of Song Jinning's special status, she didn't have to appear in court for this case. Gun Yinji could represent her. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Hua Xiaoheng took a special car to General Ji's home to pay his New Year greetings. He brought 2 bottles of wine to General Ji's study and smiled as he put down the bottles. "Happy New Year, General Ji." General Ji invited him to sit down with a smile. "You actually have time to come visit me for the New Year. Where's Nianji? Why isn't she here?" "She's busy. You want to start work on the first day of the Lunar New Year." Hua Xiaoheng sat down and said to General Ji in a low voice, "I'm here today for official business." General Ji looked at his serious expression and felt a headache coming on. "Xiaoheng, today is the first day of the new year. Can't you let me rest for a while? We celebrate the Spring Festival, but Americans don't. It's already been 2 months, and they're still fighting the jurisdiction lawsuit. Are you really not going to care?" "Why should I care? There are many obstacles in this matter." General Ji sighed. "Old Long and Old Bai were just discussing with me a few days ago whether or not we should be autocratic. Are you saying that some of the higher-ups are opposed to the case being handled in the country?" Hua Xiaoheng actually knew who those people were, but due to the limitations of his authority, he couldn't take the initiative to attack. Helping Gun Yinji push for the early start of the trial was already the best he could do. Moreover, it was because the kidnapped Song Jining was his mother, so no one would be surprised if he interfered. General Ji nodded and tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. With a sullen expression, he said, "They're quite capable. They're controlling public opinion. Old Long, Old Bai, and I will be blamed at every turn. We can only wait and see for now." "You still want to wait and see?" Hua Xiaoheng repeated Gun Yinji's words. 2 months have passed. That's enough time to make Kevin seriously ill. In this kind of case, Kevin was an American citizen. If he was really diagnosed with a serious illness, China would have to release him immediately and allow the U.S. to extradite him back to China for trial. If he didn't release them, the international public opinion would be very unfavorable to China. General G laughed coldly. Do you think they don't want to? That Kevin was arrested for 2 months and only said one thing. I want to see my lawyer. Other than that, he didn't say a single word. Also, from the day he was arrested, he went on a hunger strike and refused to eat any food, including water. 3 days later, we had to put him on in 4 drip and replenish his nutrients. Only after his legal team was in place did he start eating. Hua Xiaoheng raised his brows. So stubborn? Then he's definitely not an ordinary person. General G was so angry that he laughed. Of course, he's not an ordinary person. I've never seen an American who could survive the hardcore interrogation of the Security Bureau. Hua Xiaoheng also frowned. Forget about the Americans. If they were to use all of those methods, more than half of the elites of our special operations forces would die. Those methods were definitely not low-level torture like tiger stools and pepper spray. Instead, they were high-level torture that directly affected the brain's nerves and consciousness. There wouldn't be a single scar on the body, but the person's willpower would be completely destroyed, and the body's health would also completely collapse. However, the seemingly gentle, refined, and handsome Kevin still maintained a clear mind under such torture, and I didn't say a word. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was really innocent. The other was that he really wasn't an ordinary person, but someone who had received special training like Hua Xiaoheng and the others. We investigated his background and found some interesting things, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. I submitted the report 2 months ago. Yeah, General G nodded. But the jurisdiction lawsuit is still going on, so we can't do anything. Actually, there is a way. Hua Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment before saying, Nianji said that both cases can be tried at the same time. While we fight the jurisdiction lawsuit with them, we can also open the court ourselves and try Kevin's felony case of gathering people with guns and suspected kidnapping and murdering an important scientist in our country. That works. General G looked up suddenly. Is there a legal basis? If Nianji says there is, then there is. Hua Xiaoheng was very confident in Gun Nianji and said calmly, even if there isn't, she can cite historical evidence and legally prove that what we're doing is legal. You're quite confident in her. General G laughed and patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. She's already used many difficult lawsuits to prove herself. Why should I have no confidence in her? Hua Xiaoheng asked in return. Just because she's young? Look at you, what's the rush? Is she perfect, so we can't even say one word about her? General G deliberately put on a stern face and looked at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. Hua Xiaoheng slowly looked up and said dryly, Yes, she's perfect. You're not allowed to say one bad thing about her. Not even one word. General G glared at him for a while before bursting into laughter and pounding the table. Xiaoheng, oh Xiaoheng, you deserve this. In the past, when I said I wanted to introduce someone to you, you had 1,000 excuses to avoid it. I thought you'd be single for the rest of your life. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. General G, you flatter me. I'm not complimenting you. General G's laughter stopped abruptly. He was really a little angry at him. After Hua Xiaoheng left, General G invited Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai to his house. The 3 of them had a small meeting and decided to follow Gu Nianji's instructions. The trial would officially start on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Because this matter had to be unexpected, only the 3 of them knew the time of the trial. Even Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't know. The 3 of them were also people who would never divulge secrets. Because they stood at the top of the empire's food chain, no matter how stupid they were, they wouldn't undermine themselves. Gu Nianji had a very fulfilling new year. She spent a lot of time every day studying the information about the Zhou, Yi, and chaos mathematics that Lu Jin had given her. When Hua Xiaoheng went to bed at night, he saw that she was still reading the book. He was very curious and asked, Aren't you going to prepare the materials for the trial? Although he didn't know when the trial would start, there would definitely be news after the 15th of the first lunar month. Today was already the 7th day of the first lunar month. Gun Yinji said without looking up. Do I still need to prepare for the trial? Hua Xiaohong. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2098. If Yinji says there are 2 updates today. At 9 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you, Amber Chung, for the 10,000 Chudian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2111. /mobile reading. /mobile reading. The 8th day of the first lunar month was the first day of work for many private enterprises and government agencies. Everyone was still immersed in the festive atmosphere. When they went to work in the morning, everyone was lazy and listless until they picked up their phones and browsed Weibo. A piece of news shot up the trending list like a rocket. It kept climbing and soon reached the top 10 trending list. This news was very short and only contained one sentence. It was released by the official Weibo of the Imperial Military Court. Hashtag 2xxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxThe netizens seem to have been injected with chicken blood and collectively exploded. It has finally appeared. He had waited for more than 2 months. The shorter the news, the more important it is. Ha 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 ha. Spinning 360 degrees on the spot. Thomas spinning explosion. Can I watch from aside? You are in the imperial capital. Ask for leave immediately. Come out and take a beating. Manually tagging him. Didn't you say that the government is soft and won't judge Americans? I'm here to see someone being hung up and beaten. I saw the gunfight and the explosion on Christmas Eve with my own eyes. Where is the justice in the world if such a person is not punished? +1. I don't care if they're foreigners or Chinese. As long as they are committing crimes on Chinese soil, I will not let them go. Previous poster, don't be so excited. Do you know that Kevin's American legal team is still fighting a jurisdictional lawsuit? The jurisdictional case was not over yet. So why should the court be opened? You Pink fans only know how to make a ruckus. You don't have any knowledge of the law. What sins did I commit in my previous life to be born in this pig one? Upstairs, are you calling yourself a pig? Are you even fit to be a pig? This is the worst time a pig has ever been slandered. Every part of a pig is a treasure. The person above is only fit to be made into pig feed. You really know how to flatter yourself by saying that you were born in a pig family. You want to be born in a pig? Are you worthy? Take a piss and look at yourself. Soon, another trending topic appeared on Weibo. Hashtag the jurisdiction case of a U.S. citizen Kevin has been going on for 2 months, and there is no result yet. They question whether the Imperial Capital High Military Court has the authority to open a trial of Kevin's case. Hashtag unlike the previous trending topic, which was filled with ordinary netizens, this trending topic was filled with so-called elite legal figures. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. They cited the classics and took out various laws and regulations to prove that the Imperial Capital High Military Court could not hold another session before the jurisdiction case was concluded. Because these people were usually active VIPs on Weibo, the title XXX Lawyer behind the golden crown was very intimidating. Soon, a group of ordinary netizens were also confused. Support was one thing, but if the procedure was not feasible, no one wanted to waste their feelings. Looking at the comments of these elite legal figures, coupled with the help of the fake reviewers, this trending topic soon began to rise. The Imperial Military Court statement is unreasonable. I've never heard of such a thing in my 20 years of practice. Previous poster, do you still have any illusions about the quality of judges in this country? Don't you know that only law graduates with bad grades go to court? Those with good grades have all gone to work as lawyers in big law firms or companies. I think I've discovered an incredible secret. Smirk. JPG. The Western legal community has a consensus on this case. They all think that there is a high chance that the United States will extradite Kevin back to the United States for trial. It seems that the judge of the Imperial Capital High Military Court doesn't want to work in the legal community anymore. It's not like this country's legal system has problems for a day or two. Did the person above just find out? In the long run, the country will not be a country. This trending topic quickly caught up with the first trending topic and was in the top 5 trending topics. At that moment, another trending topic appeared. The person who posted this trending topic was Chief Legal Counsel certified by the Senate, Gun Yinji. This was also her official Weibo account for the Senate, and it was usually handled by her secretary. This time, she personally posted on her Weibo and popularized the legal knowledge that the jurisdiction case and the formal trial of the case did not conflict with each other in foreign-related criminal cases and could be carried out in parallel. She also listed the same operation that foreign courts had done, and then said, legal people who don't even know this common knowledge of the law and still come out to lead the discussion are either stupid or bad. At the end, there was a picture. You can fight whenever you want. Do you still have to choose a day? JPG. This last domineering picture once again excited the netizens. They were even more excited than when they saw the first news announcing the trial. This time, everyone was in a hurry to line up neatly under Gun Yinji's Weibo to praise and repost it. In an instant, this piece of news overtook the previous 2 pieces of news and quickly took the top spot on the trending list. Gun Yinji was like a god in the hearts of netizens who followed politics and social news. At that moment, her die-hard fans immediately listed her past achievements one by one, including the case in Germany that made her famous overnight. Some people even secretly released the case she fought as the prosecution's lawyer in the closed military court. That was her first confrontation with Bai Jini. There were also the cases she fought with Gu Yanran and Kai Xingnan later. One by one, the results spoke for themselves. The netizens happily circled under her official Weibo account. It's so easy to be a fan of a career star. You just need to sign in for Gun Yinji every day. Chief Gu, my mommy said that I can't be a fan of celebrities, but Chief Gu is an exception. My mommy is also a fan of yours. The previous poster's mommy's logic is wrong. Chief Gu is not a celebrity. How can those retarded celebrities compare to her? The previous poster above, don't stir up trouble. Be careful not to be taught a lesson. Don't make trouble for Chief Gu. The saying, one fan is worth 10 haters refers to the person above. Is Chief Gu also going to appear in court this time? I want to see, kiss, and lick the screen. I'm Chief Gu's bootlicker. I won't accept any persuasion. Under the previous Weibo post, Gun Yinji smiled and personally replied, yes, I'm the prosecution's lawyer. I'm representing the victim in court. With her reply, Weibo was once again in an uproar. More and more people surged forward to watch. Within a few minutes, Weibo completely crashed. Many people were secretly shocked when they saw Gun Yinji's powerful appeal. She was comparable to a top trending celebrity. Moreover, she worked in the Senate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her future was limitless, right? Lu Jin was watching with relish on his phone. He liked all the people who praised his daughter one by one until he realized that Weibo had suddenly crashed and he couldn't see any new comments. He was instantly furious. What kind of crappy program is this? The optimization algorithm is so poorly done. No wonder it crashed with such a small amount of traffic. Lu Jin cursed silently and quietly hacked into the background program of the Weibo system. He helped them modify the algorithm and then restarted it. This time, in less than 3 minutes, Weibo returned to normal. The software engineers on Weibo were puzzled. How did they do it? The system's operating speed had increased by 1,000 times, but their hardware had not been upgraded at all. This time, the system had magically upgraded automatically. It was later ranked as the top 10 strange events in the history of Weibo. It was recorded in the annals of history, but that was a story for another time. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 2099, Do I Have to Choose a Day? There are 2 updates today. Thank you for your subscriptions, tips, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Moi, big and little angels. Watch first updates in new chapter section. Please go to THC. Mobile phone address. Watch first updates in new chapter section. Please go to THC. Mobile phone address. Chapter 2112. After posting on Weibo, Gunyinji handed her phone to her assistant and placed it in the locker outside. She then led her team into the Imperial High Military Court. Today's court hearing was very abrupt and different from previous situations. Although notice of the court hearing would usually be given to the defendant and his lawyer in advance, it wasn't necessary. Special cases had to be dealt with in a special way. Moreover, the court's various preparations had already been made. The judge and clerk were already in place, so the court could hold court whenever they wanted. Logically speaking, the defendant should have been mentally prepared. After all, the jurisdiction case had been going on for more than 2 months. A lawyer with a normal mind would know that the case would be heard in a matter of minutes. Only Kevin's American team of lawyers were used to being arrogant and had always thought that the Huaxiao Empire was just a fat sheep disguised as a tiger. Although it was loud, it was actually vulnerable. They certainly didn't dare refute the United States request. Didn't they see that they had used a jurisdiction case to stall the other party for 2 months? They were already certain that the Huaxia Empire was just embarrassed and was waiting for a way out of this embarrassing situation. So when the news of the Imperial High Military Court suddenly hearing Kevin's case came, Kevin's American team of lawyers were still playing on their phones in the Sheraton hotel room, waiting for the nth time the jurisdiction case would be heard after the 15th of January. What did you say? The trial is today? Are you kidding me? The jurisdiction case hasn't been decided yet. Yeah, is this a prank? Or fake news? Go call that deputy minister again. He promised to help us extradite Kevin back to the United States. The members of the American team of lawyers were so angry that they almost stomped their feet and cursed along the way. They hurried to the Imperial High Military Court with their own people and were almost late. When they panted into the courtroom, they immediately saw a young woman in an ordinary black suit sitting at the plaintiff's table. In front of her was her nameplate, prosecution lawyer Gunyinji. The woman smiled at the door. Her large black, grape-like eyes were overflowing with color, and her skin was fair and translucent. The white LED light from the courtroom shone on her face, and her cheeks were flushed like petals under the first snow. Her natural beauty took one's breath away. Looking at her nameplate again, the suffocating feeling became even stronger. However, it had been breathless before, but now was breathless from shock. The prosecution had actually sent out Gunyinji's lawyer. The American lawyers were all experienced experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been hired by the Carlyle Company to defend Kevin in China. In terms of numbers, she really didn't have as much experience as they did. However, she had a valiant record. Since her debut, she had been involved in major lawsuits. In terms of quality, these people combined could only barely be on par with her. Gunyinji had studied Kevin's American legal team since before the new year. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. She knew both of the people there. One was Smith, who used to be Yichu's right-hand man and her colleague. He had worked with her in Germany and was now a senior lawyer at the largest law firm in the United States. Technically, she didn't know the other one, but she knew him. This person was Lu Ampeng. In the other world, Lu Ampeng was a partner of the Jean family law firm and was also a great lawyer. But in this world, he was actually a partner of the largest law firm in America. Gunyinji had fought with Lu Ampeng in the other world in court. It was related to the case of Qin Suan's family being cleared of grievances. In that world, Lu Ampeng could be considered a person with a sense of justice. He was Qin Yaoguang's defense lawyer, and his professional ethics were excellent. Gunyinji's eyes flashed. She wouldn't think of Lu Ampeng here as the same person as Lu Ampeng in the other world. It would be easy to underestimate her opponent. When Smith came in and saw Gunyinji, he paused for a moment. He smiled and nodded at her before walking to where his defense lawyer was sitting. They had a lot of big lawyers here today. Although Smith was a senior lawyer, he wasn't qualified to actually fight in court. Lu Ampeng was obviously one of the important members of Kevin's American legal team because he and 2 other people were sitting in the front row, and he was sitting in the middle. This was the so-called C position, which was only given to the most important people. After they sat down, the judge banged his gavel and said sternly, "The Imperial Police and Security Bureau, Ms. Song Jinning, director of the Imperial Institute of High Energy Physics, is suing the defendant, Kevin Laris, for illegal gun possession, explosion, kidnapping, and premeditated murder. The trial has officially begun. As soon as the judge finished speaking, one of the main members of Kevin's American legal team immediately raised his hand and said, "Objection! Our jurisdiction case is still being heard. This court doesn't have the authority to review this case yet." Gun Yinji looked over without batting an eyelid. The first three defense lawyers sitting in the dock, other than Lu Onpeng in the middle who was of Chinese descent, the two on his left and right were older men. The nameplate on the left in front of them read, Barrister Arif Larry, of Indian descent. The nameplate on the right read, Barrister Paul Creedon, looked like a white man from the South. The first person to raise his hand to object was Arif Larry, an Indian lawyer on the left. Not only did he speak English, but he also spoke Chinese quite well. There was only a slight accent, but it didn't prevent him from understanding. The judge's face was expressionless. He raised his hand and asked Gun Yinji, counsel for the prosecution, "Do you have anything to say?" Gun Yinji stood up calmly and said, "Thank you, Your Honor." She then looked at the aggressive Indian lawyer and said, "Mr. Larry, may I ask if you graduated from Harvard Law School in the United States?" "Of course. Aren't you going to check your opponent's resume?" Arif Larry looked Gun Yinji up and down. He was very wary of her. In his opinion, the only people who could compete with Indians in terms of intelligence were Chinese. Gun Yinji was famous and so young, so he had to take her seriously. Gun Yinji had already memorized all this information. She said calmly, "Mr. Arif Larry graduated from Harvard Law School with first-class honors 30 years ago and became a representative of the graduating class. He gave a speech at the graduation ceremony and was once ranked #1 on the New York Times annual list of law graduates." "You know a lot about this." Arif looked at her coldly and became even more wary. "Yes, of course I do." Gun Yinji spread her hands. "But I don't understand. You have such a good education background. Why don't you know that when it comes to foreign-related criminal cases, the trial of jurisdiction and the trial of formal cases are never one or the other? You are from Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. As far as I know, Washington, D.C. tried 3 criminal cases related to foreigners in 20X, 20Y, and 20Z. The dispute over territorial jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction ran through the entire trial process. With the precedent, of course we can do it at the same time." Arif's eyes widened in surprise. "But that case happened in the United States. Of course it can be tried at the same time. And this case happened in the Huaxia Empire. Do you think you have the right to follow our American precedent? In short, if you don't clarify jurisdiction, you have no right to try cases related to us Americans." This was the first chapter of the day. Chapter 2100, The Fat Sheep Disguised as a Tiger. There were 2 chapters today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2113. Not only was Gun Yinji not embarrassed by Arif's rebuttal, but her smile deepened. Faint dimples appeared on the corners of her lips. She was so delicate and gentle that it made people feel pity for her. It almost made people forget how valiant she was in court. She tilted her head slightly and stood against the light. She raised her hand and clapped twice, then said with a smile, "So Mr. Laurie also thinks that we shouldn't follow American precedents, but should follow Huaxia Empire's laws and precedents." "That's exactly what I thought." "That's great." Before the other party could react, Gun Yinji quickly said, "The defense lawyer, Mr. Arif, and I have reached an agreement. According to Huaxia Empire's laws, this foreign criminal case occurred in Huaxia Empire, and the kidnap and premeditated murder victims were also Huaxia Empire citizens. They also killed many of our soldiers, so our Huaxia Empire's High Military Court has complete and inseparable jurisdiction over this case." She paused for a moment and watched as Arif's dark red face turned purple. Then, she slowly said, "Previously, we allowed you to fight the jurisdiction lawsuit for 2 months because we were giving you face and taking care of your emotions. Do you think we really thought that there was a dispute over the jurisdiction of this case? I think there's no need to fight anymore. Why waste money and manpower? Turning to look at the judge in the courtroom, Gunyinji stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Honor, please allow me to represent my client, Ms. Song Jinning, and the Imperial Military to sue Kevin Laris, an American citizen, for illegal gun possession, explosion, kidnapping, and premeditated murder on Christmas Eve." An imperceptible smile flashed in the judge's eyes. With a normal expression, he knocked the gavel and said, "Agreed. Prosecution lawyer, please state your case." Arif finally reacted and immediately shouted without any regard for anything else, "Objection! Jurisdiction is jurisdiction, and this is another case. We can't interfere with another case here. That's against the spirit of the law." Arif had learned his lesson. He no longer mentioned American precedents and directly used the universal spirit of the law to speak. Gunyinji shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Fine, I won't interfere, but we're talking about this case now. Can't you be a little more polite and give the prosecution a chance to speak?" Her display of weakness caused a huge reaction both inside and outside the courtroom. This case was heard by the Imperial High Military Court. As usual, it was not open to the public, nor would it be broadcasted live. However, the court and the reporters had their own shorthand and cartographers. They could write down every word that was said in the court and use the pictures to carry out a text broadcast on the internet. Many people did not expect that in this modern era, where one could watch countless interesting live streams on their mobile phones, there would be so many people watching tech streams with relish. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era of MUDs. At that time, there were no colorful game graphics like now. Only text description of the progress could be played all night. The official Weibo of the court, which was broadcasting the text live, was crowded with netizens, and the screen was flooded with comments every minute. Fortunately, the Weibo system had been automatically upgraded. It was impossible for it to crash, not in this lifetime. He could only tell the outside world that the artificial intelligence of the Weibo system had reached a new level to deceive everyone. When the netizens saw Gunyinji's weak words, they didn't think that she was useless. Instead, their sympathy was aroused. "This American lawyer is asking for a beating. You're defending a suspect. Those who didn't know better would think that he was the victim. He's screaming louder than the victim. You should know about the American double standards. It's delicious when eaten with a long arm. It's called the public dog food of the century. Dogs that don't kneel properly won't be fed. Chief Gu, don't give them face. Don't let them live. Beat them to death. Previous poster, it's too bloody. But I like it." Everyone outside the court was agitated. Many people inside the court also looked down on the American team of lawyers. Lu Ompeng glanced at Arif to his left and coughed. Lu Ompeng was the true chief defense lawyer in this team of lawyers. No matter how indignant Arif was, he had to give Lu Ompeng some face. He swallowed his anger and snorted. He sat down and didn't say anything else. Gunyinji politely saluted all the people in the courtroom, then looked at Kevin, who was sitting in the defendant's dock. After more than 2 months of detention, Kevin, who had originally been elegant and handsome, looked very haggard. His face was a little pale, but it wasn't the bright white that Huaxia people liked. Instead, it had a kind of light gray to it, like it was a dirty white that was brewed from poor quality lotus root starch. His eye sockets were sunken, and the dark circles under his eyes looked like he hadn't slept for many days. He was also very thin, like a bamboo pole. The black suit on him was obviously empty, like a clothes hanger. He was no longer as carefree and almost frivolous as before. He was very quiet now, and his eyes were almost lifeless as he sat in the court. It was obvious that he was deliberately showing weakness. Perhaps he was pretending to be a mental patient. Gunyinji silently evaluated Kevin's state in her mind and began her statement. "Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen inside and outside the court, today I represent my client, Director Song Jinning of the Institute of High Energy Physics, and the military to sue Kevin Laris, an American, for kidnapping and premeditated murder on Christmas Eve." As Gunyinji spoke, she gestured for the technician in the court to dim the lights and connect the computer in front of her to the big screen. She began to play the video taken from the surveillance cameras that day. She saw Kevin, surrounded by a group of mercenaries comparable to the regular army, fleeing in panic outside the city. Gunshots rang out continuously, crackling like firecrackers in the quiet night. Gunyinji switched the screen and split it into two. One side played the video taken by the surveillance cameras along the way that night, and the other began to explain the weapon. Italian Beretta Model 92F pistol, U.S. military issue, also known as M9. The bullets used in this gun are 9mm Barabellum bullets. The pistol is 217mm in length and has an effective range of 50 meters. High accuracy, good performance, extremely low battle damage, and repair takes less than 10 minutes. It comes with a silent device, and the paint is very suitable for use at night. According to our country's ordnance experts who studied the bullet holes and ballistic curves at the scene, as well as seized evidence, this type of issue was the main gun used by Kevin's side in the Christmas Eve gunfight. He killed 5 of our soldiers and seriously injured 7. As Gunyinji spoke, she clicked the mouse, and a second gun appeared on the screen. This time, it wasn't a handgun, but a sniper rifle. This is today's first chapter, Chapter 2101, exactly as I thought. It's 2 o'clock today. To remind everyone of the recommendation votes. It is said that there will be double monthly tickets at the end of the month. Dear friends, you can keep your monthly tickets. Moi, everyone, Little Angels, Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2114. The second model looked similar to a regular rifle, except that the barrel was longer and the scope was more accurate. Gunyinji introduced the British M225B4 sniper rifle. There are 3 of them, designated for the British Special Forces. The barrel weighs 7 kilograms, is 1 meters long, and has a caliber of 6 millimeters. Compared to a regular sniper rifle, this model is lighter and more accurate. It has also been modified to be comparable to an anti-material sniper rifle and has an effective shooting range of 2,400 meters. It once killed 5 enemies at a distance of 1,600 meters in 30 seconds. The anti-material sniper rifle is extremely powerful and can even penetrate tanks and armored vehicles. Gunyinji paused and said with a serious expression, "In this case, there were only 3 of these sniper rifles, but they injured 15 of our soldiers in 5 minutes. They were the weapons that injured the most of our soldiers this time. Our soldiers all wear bulletproof vests, but normal bulletproof vests are completely useless against an enemy with an anti-material sniper rifle." Her introduction caused another uneasy commotion inside and outside the courtroom. Kevin's case could be said to be filled with blood. Luanping saw that the situation wasn't looking good and quickly raised his hand. "Objection. My client, Kevin, was in the process of being hunted by your country's military for no reason. His bodyguards were only doing what they were supposed to do. The firearms and equipment listed by the prosecution's lawyer have nothing to do with my client." Luanping had obviously made ample preparations. He also showed the photos and videos of the scene at the time and argued, Kevin is a senior executive and major shareholder of Carlyle International Investments. His net worth determined that he couldn't be as defenseless as a normal person. He hired a world-class security team to protect his life and property. As for what his security team did to protect him, it has nothing to do with my client. This was to separate Kevin from his mercenaries and put all the blame on the mercenaries. Gunyinji froze. The angle that Luanping had chosen was really tricky. The Indian lawyer, Arif, saw that Gunyinji didn't speak and immediately became excited. He immediately added, "Lawyer Lu is right. Our client, Kevin, was under protection at the time. You can't find any direct evidence from your surveillance video that our client, Kevin, has shot anyone with his own hands. He's just a pitiful, law-abiding citizen of the United States. Your Hwasya Empire's general abused his power to use troops to hunt down an unarmed and defenseless intellectual. How infuriating." Gunyinji's mind raced as she complimented. "Lawyer Arif, are you saying that your client, Kevin didn't do anything wrong? The only ones at fault were the security personnel he hired? Exactly. Arif nodded repeatedly. Our client was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but he didn't do anything wrong. Gunyinji narrowed her eyes. She thought he was speaking too soon, so she immediately retorted, "He didn't do anything wrong? Then how do you explain this?" As she spoke, Gunyinji switched to the surveillance footage and played the last scene of Kevin's arrest. The quality of the surveillance video wasn't particularly high definition, but it was still very clear. In the pitch-black night, only the incessant flashes of muzzles proved that there had been a fierce battle. This kind of scene was unimaginable to people living in a peaceful era. It was only seen in the most realistic war movies. Their special guards were very professional. The semi-automatic rifles with silencers worked smoothly in their hands, and their powerful firepower washed the ground. They quickly took down most of Kevin's guards. Kevin's guards had all been professional soldiers from other countries. After retiring, they became mercenaries, but they were still completely defeated by the Huaxia Empire's special guards. However, Kevin didn't have no direct evidence to prove his involvement in the final battle, as Arif had said. On the contrary, Kevin's combat ability was very strong. In the video, everyone clearly saw him hiding behind a woman and continuously firing back. He even injured several members of the special guards. His resistance aroused the special guards even more, and they actually wanted to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the woman was scared out of her wits by the bullets flying past her. She was howling like she was mentally ill. In the end, Kevin seemed to think her howling was too annoying, so he pushed her away. He quickly got down on the ground, rolled a few times, and hid in a ditch on the side of the road. The ditch was originally used for drainage, but the winter in the imperial capital was relatively dry, so there was no water in the ditch. It became a ready-made trench cover. From the video, it could be seen that there were only 2 mercenaries left with Kevin. They took advantage of hiding in the ditch to assemble 2 semi-automatic submachine guns. This gun is different from the previous 2 guns. It's made of a special material, and after disassembling it, it can avoid any security check. When assembled, it's even more powerful than the semi-automatic submachine guns used by the regular army. It's Kevin's trump card. As soon as Gunyinji finished speaking, the 2 mercenaries in the video finished assembling their guns and quickly put on their ammo bags. They stood up from the trench and raised their guns to fire at the special guards surrounding them. Soon, the offense and defense in the video immediately reversed. Our special guards were almost immediately beaten to the ground by these 2 people. Although they reacted quickly and got down in time, a few of the special guards were still shot in the legs and fell to the ground. However, none of them wailed. Instead, they quickly dragged their wounded legs and crawled away from the battlefield. They didn't want to be a burden to their own people. The special guards behind them immediately got down and opened fire with their guns on the ground. The bullets hit the ground and splashed up a cloud of dust. The dust was dense, and the sound of thudding was endless. The scene was realistic and bloody. When it was a real battle scene, everyone realized that no matter how realistic the shooting movies they had seen before were, they couldn't compare to the cruelty of a real war. Everyone was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Just as they were in a stalemate, the roar of a helicopter came from afar. A beam of light suddenly lit up and illuminated the area. Then, the sound of gunfire descended from the sky and killed the 2 strong mercenaries beside Kevin on the spot. Kevin hugged his head and curled up in the ditch, motionless. "Come out." A member of the special guards raised his gun and aimed it at Kevin. On the screen, Kevin could clearly be seen slowly raising his hands and standing up from the ditch. He was covered in dirt, and his well-ironed suit was wrinkled. He no longer looked elegant and handsome. "Don't even think about silencing me," Kevin warned them in the video. "I've already notified my lawyer in the United States. He'll contact you immediately." One of the special guards ignored him and walked forward with a cold expression. He smashed the butt of his gun against the back of Kevin's neck and knocked him out. Another member immediately searched Kevin's body. Gunyinji pressed pause and pointed at the high-yield time bomb found in the video. She asked Arif coldly, May I ask if this counts as not having direct evidence to prove that Kevin did something wrong? Mr. Arif, Kevin didn't do anything wrong. He committed a crime and violated the law. She said eloquently, the Huaxia Empire prohibits individuals or private organizations from owning guns, let alone explosives. Also, Kevin resisted stubbornly and opened fire while he was escaping. You all saw that too. Are you still going to say that it wasn't his fault and that it was all his security team's fault? Even Kevin's team of American lawyers had never seen the last scene of his arrest. They were all dumbfounded when they saw it. Kevin hadn't told them anything about this at all. But now that things had come to this, they couldn't push the blame onto the person involved just because the person didn't say anything. After all, people in their line of work were mentally prepared that the person involved would definitely lie. Good lawyers also had their own rules for dealing with situations like this. Lu Onping was the first to stand up and said calmly, I have evidence that Mr. Kevin Laris was indeed acting in self-defense. Also, he was recently appointed as a cultural counselor by our country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is a diplomat and enjoys diplomatic immunity. Also, you're going after our country's diplomat, which is a declaration of war against our country. May I ask, Lawyer Gu, are you prepared to fight against the United States? Our country he was referring to was, of course, the United States. Lu Onping's first plan had failed, so he immediately threw out another card and easily took the initiative. Gu Yinji blinked. This playful maneuver was amazing. I'm so scared. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2102. The playful maneuver is amazing. There were 2 updates today. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double the monthly votes. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2115. Gunyinji was silent for a long time this time. So long that even her own team thought she couldn't hold on any longer. Her assistant asked softly, Chief Gu, should we adjourn the court for now? The corners of Gu Nyinji's mouth twitched. Let's ask about the situation first. She stared intently at Lu Onpeng and said, a newly appointed diplomat? Lawyer Lu, I want you to know that this case was committed more than 2 months ago. If he's a diplomat now, I don't think diplomatic immunity can be used on him. Lu Onpeng thought to himself, don't tell me, I don't even know that. Otherwise, how could I survive in the American legal profession? He calmly took out the letter of appointment given to Kevin by the President of the United States and pointed to the date on it. Lawyer Gu, please take a look. Our president appointed Kevin as a cultural counselor on the day before Christmas Eve last year, which was December 23rd. Christmas Eve is December 24th, and this letter of appointment has already taken effect. Lu Onpeng smiled faintly, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. There was an uproar inside and outside the courtroom. The people sitting next to Gunyinji looked at each other and wondered why they didn't know anything about it, since it had already been filed with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If they knew that Kevin was a U.S. diplomat when they arrested him, why didn't the Ministry of Foreign Affairs inform them? The internet outside the courtroom was also agitated, and some people even deliberately started a discussion. What's wrong with being a diplomat? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner, let alone a diplomat. The person above is either stupid or vicious. Is a diplomat the same as a prince? Besides, how can there be a real prince in modern society? Even if there is, he's just a mascot. Does he have any real power? The person above is stupid pink. Do you know about the Saudi prince? Does he have any real power? The person above, don't deliberately change the concept. Diplomatic immunity can't be clear, they just have it. If you don't like it, jump off a building. This wave of public opinion was obviously not good for Gunyinji and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The group of big shots sitting in the conference room of the Imperial Military Headquarters watching the live broadcast of the trial were all very surprised. Speaker Long looked at Prime Minister Bai and said unhappily, Old Bai, what do you mean? Is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs deliberately holding us back? Prime Minister Bai smiled bitterly. This is the first time I've heard of this. Don't worry, Old Long. I'll get someone to ask and see what's going on. While they were conducting an internal investigation, Lu Onpeng had already laid out all the procedures. This included the letter of appointment from the President of the United States, a copy of which had been filed with the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the effective date. It was exactly the day before Kevin's crime. In other words, on Christmas Eve, he was already officially recognized by both sides as the cultural counselor of the UA Embassy in the capital. This position was neither too high nor too low. It was the lowest level of diplomatic immunity. However, it did not have any real power. It was just like an honorary position. In the United States, Congress did not even need to approve it. The president alone could make the call. Gun Yinji's eyes narrowed when she thought about the unreliable president in the United States. It was indeed something he could do. Her fingers were tapping on the plaintiff's stand in front of her, and her expression didn't change at all. After Lu Onpeng presented all the evidence, he immediately requested the military court to dismiss the case and not allow any appeal. He said, "It's not a question of jurisdiction. It's a question of not being able to sue at all." Gun Yinji interrupted him rudely and asked in a deep voice, "If that's the case, why did you still fight for jurisdiction for 2 months? Were you deliberately stalling for time?" Her words hit the nail on the head. Even Lu Onpeng, who had been calm in the face of danger, paused for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and said, "How is that possible? Why is it not possible? Do you think everyone is stupid?" Gun Yinji pointed to the filing records of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that her team had just transferred over and said, "Yes, the appointment letter from the President of the United States was indeed dated December 23rd, but when we got it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our country, it showed that it was yesterday. Why did you wait more than 2 months to file it? Didn't you fight for more than 2 months to get this backdated retroactive appointment letter?" In other words, the appointment letter was actually obtained recently, but the date on the appointment letter they fought for was backdated, so it was earlier than the actual date of the appointment. However, this situation was clearly fraudulent, but it was approved by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Huaxia Empire. This was even more outrageous. Lu Onpeng spread his hands and made a "what can you do about it" gesture. He smiled and said, "No matter what, this is the effective appointment letter signed by our president, and it was also filed and approved by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Huaxia Empire. This means that you also recognized Kevin's diplomatic status from December 23rd last year. This case happened on the night of December 24th last year. At that time, Kevin was already recognized as a diplomat by both sides and enjoyed diplomatic immunity according to the law. As for why we still fought for jurisdiction for 2 months, we were happy to, and your court also filed the case. Why didn't we fight?" Gun Yinji sneered. "It was obviously you who used the jurisdiction lawsuit to deliberately stall for time so that you could work behind the scenes and get this backdated diplomatic appointment letter. Now you're making the accusation. How ridiculous. I think lawyer Gu knows better than me whether it's reasonable or not." At this time, everyone inside and outside the courtroom with eyes could clearly see that Gun Yinji was in a very disadvantageous position because the person who undermined her was not her opponent, but her own people. It was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who disregarded principles and laws and registered and stamped Kevin's retroactive appointment letter. Prime Minister Bai was furious at this time and scolded the deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He ordered him to be suspended immediately and sent someone to review his work. At the same time, the cabinet launched a self-examination procedure to sort out the work procedures of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Speaker Long was still not satisfied and threatened to start impeachment proceedings in the Senate. He didn't even want to let the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister Bai off. Prime Minister Bai sighed and said, "Old Long, if this makes you happy, then you can do it. But the most important thing now is to think about what to do with Kevin's case." General G said coldly, "I don't care if he's a diplomat or when he became a diplomat. In short, he killed our soldiers on our soil, so I can't let him go." Prime Minister Bai and Speaker Long looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It wasn't that there was no other way to deal with this matter, but because the trial had already been held, the whole world knew about Kevin's new identity. Even if they knew there was a trap, it really wasn't that easy to break out of the situation. It looked like Gun Yinji was doomed to fail this time. Although she had been set up by a traitor to take the blame, as a lawyer who had never lost, she was about to meet her Waterloo. Some people on the internet had already begun to be sarcastic. Haha, if you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. Chief Gu is no exception. That's right. She was bragging too much before, wasn't she? But she wasn't wronged. At least there was a deputy minister who fell with her. Haha. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at the faces of those Gu fans. They're so angry that they're distorted. Ha 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 ha. Well said above. I can laugh for a year. The courtroom was silent at this time, and everyone's eyes were on Gun Yinji. She stood behind the plaintiff's stand with a cold expression. In front of her was the big screen, and the surveillance video had just been paused. Against the backdrop of blood and fire, her back was thin and slender. Her skin was like cold jade, and her gaze was bone-chilling. Lu Jin looked over from the corner where he was sitting. He suddenly felt that Gun Yinji's appearance was very similar to Qin Suin's from back then. Her expression was even somewhat similar to He Jichu's. After all, they were both Qin Suin's biological children. Lu Jin's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he had forgotten his excitement and indignation. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng sat on Lu Jin's left and right. Their expressions were solemn, and neither of them spoke. At this moment, Gun Yinji's mind was filled with nervousness. Did she have no cards left? Gun Yinji's memory was very good. Just like Lu Jin's, she had a photographic memory. Right now, she was actually replaying all of her information in her mind. Her gaze fell on the letter of appointment from the President of the United States that Lu Onpeng had shown her. Gun Yinji had a flash of inspiration. She suddenly thought of the interesting information that Hua Xiaoheng had found when he had ordered the Special Operations Forces to investigate Kevin abroad. Her plump, peach-colored lips curled up bit by bit. Gun Yinji's jade-like eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at Lu Onpeng and said, "Are you sure that this letter of appointment from the President of the United States is appointing Kevin as a cultural counselor?" Lu Onpeng nodded calmly. "There's also a passport number on it for you to check." Gun Yinji stopped smiling and looked at Lu Onpeng seriously. She asked in return, "Really? Are you sure?" This was today's second update, Chapter 2103, What Can You Do About Me? There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double the monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2116. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can immediately call the U.S. government to check. You can even tag our president on Twitter. Lu Onpeng still had this much confidence. Just as Gun Yinji had said, he had instructed his team to stall for time and desperately fight the jurisdiction lawsuit for this letter of appointment. Kevin's parents had worked in the U.S. for more than 2 months before finally settling the president and the Secretary of State. He was the only one in the entire legal team who knew about this. Otherwise, if the news leaked, everyone would be finished. Also, thinking about it, it was quite a thrill. He only felt that Kevin was lucky because this letter of appointment had just been delivered to them yesterday. Kevin's parents had immediately asked them to immediately find someone to file it with the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Fortunately, they had already been in contact with the Deputy Minister of the Huaxia Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so the matter had been properly handled. They hadn't expected that Kevin's diplomat status would just be verified yesterday, and the Huaxia Empire would already be in court today. His grasp of the timing was impeccable. Lu Onpeng couldn't help sweating when he thought about this. Honestly, most of them felt that Kevin's parents were making a mountain out of a molehill yesterday. Also, the Huaxia Empire was on the Spring Festival holiday, so they had to find someone on duty through the deputy minister to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to file. They had originally suggested slacking off and waiting for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to officially start work today. Only Lu Onpeng was more cautious, and he never disobeyed his employer. No matter how difficult it was, as long as he had the opportunity to do it, he wouldn't slack off. It turned out that this attitude and principle of doing things was correct. At least it showed that he had exercised his due diligence. While Lu Onping's thoughts were running wild, Gun Yinji looked down at the letter of appointment. She had already read it out and said, "This letter of appointment appoints Kevin Laris, who is currently in court, right? I also have proof of identity here, if Lawyer Gu would like to see it." The corners of Lu Onping's mouth twitched as he also took out Kevin's proof of identity. He gave one to Gun Yinji, one to the judge, and one to the reporter who was listening. Since he dared to publicize it with great fanfare, and he had the letter of appointment from the President of the United States and the Secretary of State signature, Kevin's proof of identity shouldn't be a problem. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows. She hadn't even mentioned it, but Lu Onping had already taken the initiative to take out Kevin's identification. It seemed like they had indeed made ample preparations. She took Kevin's identification document from Lu Onping and glanced at it quietly. She then turned on the portable scanner and scanned Kevin's diplomatic appointment letter and identification documents into the computer. She then put them on the big screen and replaced the surveillance video of the gunfight that had captured Kevin. The audience in the courtroom looked up and saw two documents side by side on the big screen. Both documents were written in both English and Chinese. On the left was the letter of appointment signed by the President of the United States and the Secretary of State. On the right was Kevin's identification document. Gun Yinji picked up the laser pointer and pointed at Kevin's identification document. "Everyone, please take a look at this identification document. Kevin Laris, born in 2XXX, New York. Father, John Laris. Mother, Kelly Lee." From this, everyone can see that Kevin Laris received his education in New York from primary school to university. He graduated from Columbia University in New York 10 years ago and immediately joined Wall Street after graduation. In 10 years, he rose from a junior financial analyst all the way to a senior executive of Carlyle International Investments. This resume is indeed beautiful. Gun Yinji was full of praise. Lu Onping's relaxed brows furrowed again. This was because he knew Gun Yinji's style too well. This young female lawyer had never said a single word of nonsense in court, nor had she ever praised her opponent. Now, she was actually praising the defendant as the prosecution's lawyer. It was truly too strange. Lu Onping's heart was in his throat. He was like a person waiting for the second shoe to drop. He nervously waited for Gun Yinji to continue speaking. Gun Yinji put down the laser pointer in her hand and turned to look at Lu Onping. She smiled. "Lawyer Lu, how long have you known the defendant, Kevin?" "Mr. Kevin is my client. I didn't have a selfless relationship with him in the past," Lu Onping said very cautiously, afraid to fall into Gun Yinji's trap. Gun Yinji nodded. "So that means you came to Huaxia to see Kevin after the case, right?" Lu Onping froze. "Does this have anything to do with the case?" "You only have to answer yes or no." Gun Yinji didn't give Lu Onping a chance to talk nonsense. The judge also supported Gun Yinji. "Defendant's lawyer, please answer the prosecution's lawyer's question." Lu Onping thought about it before saying, "Yes, I was hired by Mr. Kevin's biological parents after the case. That's why I came here." "Then how can you confirm that this Kevin Laris is the Kevin Laris on this letter of appointment and proof of identity?" Gun Yinji picked up the laser pointer and didn't turn around. She pointed behind her and happened to point at the name Kevin on the big screen. Lu Onping was finally relieved. He thought to himself that he had overestimated Gun Yinji. No matter how smart she was only in her early 20s. How good could she be? All the questions she asked were carefully prepared and confirmed by Lu Onping. He wasn't afraid of her causing trouble. Lu Onping laughed. His voice was mellow and humorous. "How do you prove it?" "Of course, there's proof of immediate family, as well as circumstantial evidence from colleagues, friends, and neighbors." He pointed at Kevin and said, "This Mr. Kevin Laris in court has been confirmed by Mr. Kevin's parents and relatives. There's no doubt about his identity." How could there be a problem? Kevin's parents had spent so much money and effort to not only hire the best team of lawyers in the United States, but they had also used all their connections to get a diplomatic appointment letter for Kevin as a cultural counselor within 2 months. To Kevin, This was tantamount to a gold medal that would exempt him from death. Kevin's parents had paid almost half of their family fortune to satisfy the businessman-turned-president and get him to sign the only cultural counselor appointment letter. Yes, there was no such position as a cultural counselor in the United States. This was added at the last minute for Kevin's special situation. American diplomats reported directly to the Secretary of State. So as long as the Secretary of State agreed, it was completely reasonable and legal to create a cultural counselor position. With such a large sum of money and such a large entourage, if he wasn't their biological son, who would have nothing better to do? Also, Lu Onping had a DNA paternity certificate that could completely prove Kevin's identity. He didn't know what Gun Yinji was thinking. Lu Onping held a large handful of information that Kevin's parents had sent him and gradually calmed down. If Gun Yinji continued to harass him on this issue, he would just throw the DNA certificate out. In fact, Gun Yinji's next question was as expected. Then did you do a DNA test to verify paternity? This was the first night watch for the day. Chapter 2104, Without a Word. There were 2 night watches today. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double monthly votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2117. Lu Onping calmly took out the DNA certificate and placed it in front of Gun Yinji. He gently tapped his finger on the certificate and said with a smile, "Lawyer Gu is indeed a very cautious person. You followed the procedure step by step and didn't miss a single thing." Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows. This wasn't a compliment, but to say that she only knew how to do things step by step in a lawsuit. For a trial lawyer, this kind of remark was indeed not a compliment. It was like praising a child for his good grades and only saying that he memorized the exam outline given by the teacher every day, but he couldn't do the content even a little bit outside of the syllabus. It was all clear praise and derision. Most people would fly into a rage when they heard this kind of comment, especially young people with outstanding achievements in their work. Even if they didn't flare up, it would still disturb their emotions and interfere with their logical thinking. More seriously, it would affect the success or failure of the lawsuit. Older people might also control their emotions and minimize the negative effects in this area. This was the so-called bonus of experience. But young people were different. Because they were young and outstanding, they were mostly fearless. Once they encountered setbacks and ridicule, the rebound emotional black hole would be more serious than ordinary people. But he had underestimated Gun Yinji. There was a type of person who was born to do something. Once he or she found something that they were born to do, they would be more experienced and sharp than those who had been doing it for decades. Gun Yinji was this kind of person. She happened to find something that she was born to do. When she stood in court, she would shine brightly. She was calm and collected, which was seriously inconsistent with her age. Gun Yinji ignored the faint mockery in Lu Onping's words. She looked down quickly at the DNA certificate. She didn't really understand the specific content. It was all professional terms in biological genetics, but she could understand the summary conclusion. This DNA certificate was saying that the Kevin Laris in court was the biological son of John Laris and Kelly Lee from New York. Gun Yinji nodded and looked at the date on the DNA certificate. Even a paternity certificate was made. Lawyer Lu is indeed flawless. We will do our best to satisfy the needs of our clients, help them win the lawsuit, and protect the interests of our clients. This is the responsibility of us lawyers. Lu Onping replied politely. Gun Yinji placed the 3 documents in front of her and thought that if Kevin was recognized as a diplomat, then he would enjoy diplomatic immunity, especially immunity from criminal prosecution. He would not be prosecuted by the country where he was located and would not be obligated to testify in court. It was amazing that the other party could think of this move. Gun Yinji couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. However, a like was just a like. If he wanted to expose it, he would still have to. Gun Yinji brushed the DNA document with her hand, as if to brush away some invisible dust. Raising her eyes, she glanced at Kevin, who was still in a daze and seemed to be immersed in his own world. She then looked at the arrogant lawyers in his legal team, who thought they had already won. Gunyinji chuckled. These proofs and documents are indeed very good. They perfectly extricate Kevin from this case. Since lawyer Gu has admitted it, does that mean we don't have to fight this case anymore? My client has been detained for 2 months and has been physically and mentally injured. His mental and physical state is very unstable. I request that the court release my client on the spot and compensate us for all our losses, including but not limited to legal costs, lost working time, and punitive civil damages. When an Indian lawyer saw this, he couldn't wait to stand up and make a concluding statement. Lu Ampeng glanced at him and slowly sat down, leaving the performance to him. Gunyinji secretly praised Lu Ampeng for being crafty old foxes for both worlds. His sensitivity was truly unparalleled. She lazily raised her hand and said, "Objection. Defense lawyer, this case has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry? You've already waited for more than 2 months. You don't mind waiting a few more hours, do you? I don't think there's any point in fighting this kind of case with diplomatic immunity. If you keep fighting, you'll have a diplomatic dispute with the United States." The Indian lawyer, Arif, bluffed and threatened Gunyinji. He only hoped that she would stop so they could end the case and return to the United States. He had been here for more than 2 months, and he missed his family very much. Gunyinji smiled and said, "We know what we're doing, but thank you for the reminder, Mr. Arif." She then ignored the defense team and directly faced the judge. "Your Honor, I still have a few questions to ask the defense team." The judge looked at her worriedly and knocked with the gavel. "Granted." Gunyinji bowed slightly to express her gratitude, then turned to look at the Indian lawyer, Arif, who had stood up. "Mr. Arif, can you represent your client, Kevin, with full authority?" "Of course, we signed a full authority agreement," Arif said warily. His brown eyes stared at Gunyinji like an eagle preying on a chick. The lawyer and client's agreement had different scopes of authority, and full authority was the highest of them all. This meant that what he said on behalf of the defendant in court was almost the same as what the defendant said himself. Gunyinji guessed that the other party must have signed a full authority agreement, because Kevin's condition was obviously not one that could speak on his own. Whether he was truly physically and mentally exhausted or pretending to be mentally ill, he wouldn't allow himself to answer Gunyinji's questions. For rich people, they wouldn't say a word when it came to matters related to the law. They were always represented by professional lawyers. This was because lawyers knew what to say and what not to say. This was a sign of their professionalism. Gunyinji also knew that she couldn't directly dig out evidence from Kevin's mouth, so her idea from the beginning was to start with his team of lawyers. She smiled and returned to Kevin's identification document, which was his resume, and said, "Mr. Arif, I have a list of Kevin's classmates from his 5th and 11th years in New York, as well as his graduation year. Can you ask your client to circle the names of the 5 classmates he's most familiar with?" As she spoke, Gunyinji took out the 3 classmate books she had prepared. Arif was amused when he saw it. He thought this female lawyer was too stupid. How had she ever won a lawsuit in the past? The classmate books she took out not only had names, but also photos. Was this a free-point question? Arif immediately walked out of the dock and took the classmate books from Gunyinji's hands. He happily showed them to Kevin. Lu Ampeng, who was sitting next to the dock, also smiled and shook his head. He thought to himself that he had indeed overestimated her. However, when he watched Arif place the classmate books in front of Kevin and saw Kevin slightly startled, Lu Ampeng's fingers secretly curled up. He was actually a little nervous. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2105. This is a free-point question. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone that the monthly votes could be saved for double at the end of the month. The last 3 days of the end of December and the first 7 days of January were double the monthly votes. Mwah. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 2118. Kevin's face was still expressionless. He didn't even look at the student books. His lips were pursed tightly, and 2 wrinkles even appeared on his thin face. Gunyinji didn't say anything and waited quietly for 5 minutes before walking over to Kevin. She leaned over slightly and asked with a smile, "Mr. Kevin, why aren't you saying anything? Do you not know him?" Kevin still had a blank expression on his face, as if he was immersed in his own world. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched as she turned to look at the Indian lawyer, Arif, and the lead lawyer, Lu Onpeng, and said with a smile, "That's really strange. Since you say this is Kevin Laris, then why isn't he even willing to circle out the classmates he's familiar with? Do you not know him? Or do you not know him at all?" The Indian lawyer, Arif, immediately cried out, "Objection! The prosecution's lawyer made baseless accusations against my client and harmed my client's right to reputation." Gun Yinji shrugged and folded her hands behind her back as she took a step back. She cocked her head and continued to look at Kevin. It was as if she had never seen him before. Her gaze was heavy and so sharp that people didn't dare to meet her eyes. However, Kevin remained expressionless. He only shifted his gaze slightly to look at the tips of his toes that were pressed together. TSK, is it that difficult? I've already placed the student books with names, and pictures in front of you. Can't you even circle out 5 classmates you're particularly familiar with? Don't tell me you really don't know any of them." Gun Yinji said airily as she tapped her finger on the defendant's stand in front of Kevin, but her eyes were on Lu Onpeng. The corners of her lips curled into a playful smile as she said slowly, "Lawyer Lu, what's going on? Can you explain? You said he's the Kevin Laris in this ID, but he doesn't seem to want to admit it." The corners of Kevin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he heard this. In a place where no one could see, his hands clenched into fists, but he quickly unclenched them. How treacherous! The same thoughts surfaced in both Kevin and Lu Onpeng's minds at the same time. The members of the legal team suddenly thought of a possibility as well, and their expressions darkened. As for the Indian lawyer, Arif, he stood there with his mouth agape, obviously aware of Gun Yinji's intentions. Gun Yinji's move seemed to be an understatement, and she was even giving her opponent a free hand. However, if Kevin really took it, he would lose at least half of the lawsuit. The people in the courtroom began to whisper to each other, discussing why the defendant was unable to fulfill such a simple request from the prosecution. The people who were watching the live text broadcast outside the court were even more interested. Countless reliable and unreliable speculations immediately spread on the internet at lightning speed. Some said that Kevin's identity was fake, but they were immediately defeated by the DNA paternity certificate. There was no way to fake the DNA. It could be tested immediately in court. Kevin's legal team was made up of the most famous lawyers in the United States. They would not make such a mistake that could be seen through immediately. But why didn't Kevin identify his former classmate? Some people began to defend Kevin on the internet. Everyone, it's easy for you to say that. Who here can remember a 5th grader from elementary school? That's right. Even if they were university classmates, everyone has changed so much after graduating more than 10 years ago. Who would remember? Of course, this argument was quickly refuted. Previous poster. Don't use your brain when you speak. Even if you don't remember your elementary school classmates, then how about your high school and university classmates? Previous poster +1. Even if their looks have changed, the photos are there, and you're not required to identify their current appearances. What's there to not remember? Just as everyone was debating endlessly, someone suddenly posted a comment. I suddenly realized Chief Gu's move is too good. Kevin is now in a dilemma. If he identifies his former classmate, it proves that he is mentally normal, thinks clearly, and has normal cognitive abilities. This way, he can no longer use mental illness as an excuse to get away with it. But if he doesn't identify them, Chief Gu can use this as an excuse to suspect Kevin's identity is fake. So whether he admits it or not, he's already in trouble. What about the DNA certificate? I think there's a big loophole in your logic. The people inside and outside the courtroom were arguing heatedly. Gun Yinji seemed to want to give an explanation to the debate. She smiled and began to ask the defendant's legal team, "May I ask the defense lawyers, if Kevin can't identify his former classmate, can I prove that his identity is different from the identity you have proposed?" Questioning Kevin's identity was proving that he wasn't the appointed diplomat. In other words, he couldn't enjoy diplomatic immunity. Lu Onping's face was livid as he squeezed out the word from between his teeth. Lawyer Gu, when you question my client's identity, did you forget about the DNA certificate? Isn't that enough? Gu Yinji spread her hands and said seriously, I didn't forget about his DNA certificate. But that DNA certificate can only prove that he is related to John Laris and Kelly Lee. It can't prove that he is the same person as the person on this appointment letter and identity certificate. Lawyer Gu, you're twisting words and forcing logic. I'm being realistic. Gu Yinji put Kevin's resume on the big screen again and said, please take a look, everyone. A person's attributes include not only biological attributes, but also social attributes. Biological attributes are DNA, and social attributes are his sense of social existence since he was young. The school he went to, the friends he made, the people he met, and the things he did. All of these things combine to form a complete person. He has both biological and social attributes. But now, Mr. Kevin can't confirm his previous social experience. He can't even identify his former classmates. Shouldn't we reasonably suspect that Mr. Kevin's social attributes are different from the person appointed on this appointment letter? Lu Onping was blinded by Gu Yinji's tricks. She almost messed up the deal that was already set in stone. Lu Onping immediately made a decision. He stood up abruptly and walked in front of Kevin. He knocked on the table of the dock and said in a low voice, Mr. Kevin, you must identify him. After a pause, he said, it's just recognizing a few classmates. It's no big deal. Anyway, the other party can only pester the issue of the diplomat. As long as we can prove that you're the cultural counselor, other problems won't be a problem. He said it vaguely, but Kevin could hear between the lines. In other words, as long as they could prove that he was a diplomat, then the mental illness they had prepared would actually be useless. Kevin's eyes had been blank for a long time, and his face was stiff. He hadn't said a word. After hearing Lu Onping's words, his eyes rolled, and his entire body seemed to come back to life. Slowly raising his hand and rubbing the back of his neck, Kevin looked at Gu Yinji and said, give it to me. I'll identify him. Gu Yinji's smile froze. She seemed to be surprised and stammered. Identify what? Of course it's a classmate photo, Kevin said calmly. Do you regret it, Lawyer Gu? Of course I don't regret it. Gu Yinji's face was fierce, but she was also a little panicked. When she picked up the classmate photo album, her curled little fingers were trembling slightly. Lu Jin, who was sitting in the corner of the courtroom and watching, sighed with emotion. He said, my girl is getting better and better. Her acting skills are natural. Not to mention those idiots up there. Even I was almost fooled by her. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, but he didn't comment. However, even with his professional eyes, Gu Yinji's acting skills today could be given at least 9 points. She had even noticed many details. This was because Xiaoheng had taught her well. At that moment, Xiaoheng, who had been praised by Lu Yuan, was sitting in his office and watching the trial with General Ji. Seeing Gu Yinji's subtle expressions and small movements, a hint of a smile flashed across Xiaoheng's eyes. This time, it wasn't a series of traps, but a trap to invite the enemy into the urn. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2106, Inviting the Enemy into the Urn 1. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. P.S. When everyone votes for the golden keyboard, remember that my author's name is Records of Cambrian. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. It's the reporter's record, the reporter's record, the reporter's record. It's not the commemorative G beside the twisted wire. Everyone don't vote wrongly. Or, when you vote, go directly to the year-end ceremony in the middle of the apps bookshelf, and you can directly see the place where you vote. As long as my book is on the bookshelf, after entering the year-end ceremony, my name will appear in the writers you might know in the middle of the page. I'm currently in the 50s, and below it is the title of Hello, Major General. Be careful. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2119. Kevin calmly snatched the student roster from Gunyinji's hands and flipped through it. Give me a pen. He extended his hand to the legal team behind him. The Indian lawyer, Arif, immediately passed his pen over. Kevin took the pen and flipped through the student roster while randomly circling 5 students. 2 were 11th grade students that Gunyinji had requested, and the other 3 were his senior classmates. When he handed the student roster back to Gunyinji, Kevin said dryly, I don't remember most of the 5th grade students, so I only picked the 11th grade and senior students. Gunyinji pursed her lips and said reluctantly, Really? Are you sure these 5 are all your classmates? You won't say you remembered wrong again, right? Why don't you take another look? Kevin looked down and scanned the 3 student books again. This is the school I studied at. How could I not remember? If you don't believe me, you can check the school's graduation list. With Kevin's confirmation, Gunyinji's emotions gradually returned to normal. She no longer panicked. She put away the list of names that Kevin had circled and turned around with a smile. She looked at the judge in the courtroom and said, Your Honor, the defendant Kevin has circled 5 students. Although it was a random circle, Kevin confirmed that these 5 students are indeed his classmates. The judge was speechless. What did you mean by saying all this? People who didn't know better would think you were the defense lawyer, not the prosecution lawyer. The judge wasn't the only one who thought that. Even Kevin's American legal team looked at Gunyinji in confusion. They didn't understand what she was trying to do. Only Kevin secretly clenched his fists and lowered his eyes. His gaze flickered, and he felt uneasy for the first time. As expected, not long after, Gunyinji connected to the big screen in the courtroom again. She gestured to the tech guy and said, I'm going to play 5 interview videos now. Please lower the volume. When the surveillance video was played earlier, the volume had to be especially loud to be heard. Now that it was a video dedicated to the interview, the volume was still so loud that it deafened everyone's ears. The tech guy adjusted in time and lowered the volume. Gunyinji raised her hand and said to the people in the courtroom, Everyone saw that the defendant, Kevin, just circled the names of 5 people and claimed that they were his classmates. As she spoke, she pulled up the PowerPoint version of the student roster and played it for everyone to see. Defendant Kevin just circled Kelly and Mike from the 11th grade, and Nikki, Heather, and Chris from the 4th year. There's a total of 3 women and 2 men. I have the interview videos of these 5 people. Please take a look. Next, Gunyinji pulled up the interview videos of the 5 people. Each person only had about a minute, so it was very short and concise. Kelly, you're asking Kevin? Oh, I remember him. He was a shy little boy who didn't like to talk to others. I remember him because he once showed off his tea ceremony from Japan. Very elegant, unforgettable. Mike, Kevin, of course I know him. Although we didn't have many classes together in the entire grade, there weren't many people who didn't remember him. Although he looked small, he could fight very well. He was a karate master. Nikki, Kevin, I think I had a classmate like that, but we only had a few classes together. I'm not familiar with him. Heather, Kevin was a male classmate who knew how to cook. We used to be very familiar with his dorm room. We went out for a picnic together, and the Japanese sushi he brought was very delicious. I haven't had such delicious sushi since graduation. Chris, I'm relatively familiar with Kevin. He's Japanese American, and apparently his ancestors came to the United States during World War II. Oh, right, his grandparents were also imprisoned in a concentration camp, the Japanese American concentration camp in the United States. I sympathize with what they went through. If they didn't do anything wrong, then it's wrong to be imprisoned in a concentration camp. The 5-minute video ended, and the smile on Gunyinji's face grew wider. Everyone else was still frowning as they pondered Gunyinji's intentions, but Lu Onping's heart skipped a beat as he realized a problem. However, he was very cautious and wouldn't speak rashly without thinking it through. However, the Indian lawyer, Arif, was already yelling, "What does Lawyer Gu mean? My client just randomly circled a classmate, and you've already obtained the interview video?" This was simply unimaginable. You're faking it. These videos are all fake. Gunyinji smiled slightly. What's so hard to understand? Mr. Arif, I actually have all of Mr. Kevin's interview videos with his 5th-, 11th-, and 4th-year classmates. So no matter whose name Mr. Kevin chooses, I can immediately show you the relevant interview video. All I need is a search function. Gunyinji shrugged and looked at him with a relaxed smile. The Indian lawyer, Arif, stared at Gunyinji with his mouth agape. There was only one thought in his mind. Is this even possible? As expected, this woman was so famous at such a young age. It really wasn't a publicity stunt. The Indian lawyer was speechless, and Lu Onping didn't say a word. The white lawyer, Paul Creedon, sitting on the right, spoke in Mandarin with a Southern American accent. But even if your interview video is real, what does that mean? Paul spoke carefully. His Mandarin wasn't as fluent as Arif's and Lu Onping's, but he didn't use the wrong grammar or rhetoric. He only spoke with a Southern American accent, like a straight tongue that couldn't be bent. These 5 people all confirmed that my client is their classmate. Doesn't this prove that his identity is beyond doubt? He is Kevin Laris, the cultural counselor appointed by our President and Secretary of State to the Huaxia Empire, so he has unquestionable diplomatic immunity. This is a false accusation, and he shouldn't be standing here on trial from the beginning. I urge the Huaxia military court to immediately withdraw the case and compensate my client for all his losses, including, but not limited to, legal fees. Gunyinji snorted and shook her head. Lawyer Paul is most concerned about legal fees, as expected. This is the right direction, and I agree with you. Paul was in his 60s, so he naturally wouldn't be angered by Gunyinji's insinuations. He bowed slightly and said, "The legal fees are already quite a large expense for my client." Gunyinji nodded and said sympathetically, "That's true. You are all famous criminal trial lawyers in the United States, and everyone's appearance fees are very high. With so many people gathered together and staying in the Huaxia Empire for more than 2 months, the accumulated legal fees are already astronomical." The Indian lawyer, Arif, snapped out of his daze and immediately said, "Thank you, Lawyer Gu, for settling the bill for us, but at this time, shouldn't we be discussing how to withdraw the case and compensate my client?" Gunyinji's eyes drifted over and her fingers tapped lightly. The video on the computer changed, and it was no longer Kevin's interview. Instead, it was Kevin's executive resume at the Carlyle Corporation, as well as his identity verification when the Imperial Capital High Military Court filed the case. Gunyinji's voice suddenly became serious. "Everyone, please take a look. The client involved in this case, Kevin Laris, has always been Chinese in the Huaxiao Empire. This includes, but is not limited to, his passport, driver's license, and proof of credit card application. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Chinese, Chinese, Chinese." She immediately switched to the previous video and said, "However, according to the identity resume on the letter of appointment as the cultural counselor, the 5 classmates that Kevin just identified all said with certainty that he is of Japanese descent. Japanese descent. Japanese descent. May I ask how you can prove that the Japanese Kevin on this letter of appointment as the cultural counselor is the Chinese Kevin involved in this case?" This is today's second update, Chapter 2107, inviting you to the urn too. Today's second update. P.S. When everyone votes for the golden keyboard, go directly to the year-end ceremony in the middle of the app's bookshelf, and you can see the place to vote. As long as my book is on the bookshelf, after entering the year-end ceremony, my name will appear in the writers you may know in the middle of the page. I'm currently in the 40s, and below is the title of Hello, Major General. Be careful. Everyone, don't vote wrongly. P.S. Thank you. Reading is the only thing that makes people happy in the journey of life for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 2120. As soon as Gunyinji finished speaking, she immediately displayed the ID Kevin filled in when he entered the country. There was even a copy of his passport application form in the United States. The U.S. passport didn't have a race option, but it was on the passport application form. However, this option could be filled in or not. It wasn't mandatory. However, for some reason, Kevin had ticked off the Chinese option on all the applications. To Americans, both Chinese and Japanese were Asian. Asking them to differentiate between Chinese and Japanese was like asking Huaxiao people to differentiate between white Americans and white Europeans. It was difficult to tell the difference from appearance. Also, because the Huaxia Empire had a stronger presence internationally in recent years, many Americans would assume an East Asian was Chinese when they saw him or her. And in the past few years, all Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Indian, and even people from Southeast Asian countries were uniformly referred to as Asians in the United States. The government documents didn't have such a clear distinction. With the development of the Asian community, the smart, capable, and hardworking Asians had a higher and higher status in American society. Their economic conditions were getting better and better. Seeing that they were about to unite and have their own political demands, the white people became anxious. The elites who liked to engage in politics quickly came up with a very insidious plan. This was the Asian subdivision principle. They reclassified the previously unified Asian Chinese, Japanese, Indian, Korean, and Southeast Asian Chinese into different racial categories and linked them to various social resources. In this way, in order to compete for limited social resources, Asians were bound to fight with each other and become a mess. In one fell swoop, the possibility of Asians being able to unite and become a political force in the UA political arena was killed. Therefore, in the application documents of the U.S. government, the former Asians were divided into a number of detailed racial divisions. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Indian, and people born in Southeast Asian countries were all categorized very carefully. It even became part of their identification. Kevin's American lawyers were very familiar with this history, so when they saw Gun Yinji type out the application document, they couldn't help but have a conflicted expression. Wasn't this shooting oneself in the foot? They had carefully prepared so much evidence, even connecting the president and the Secretary of State, but they had failed because of his small racial division. On the government application document, a person only had one racial attribute. Even if you were mixed Huaxia and Japanese, you would have your own racial attribute in the United States, which was called hybrid. If Kevin acknowledged his identity as a mixed race, he wouldn't have written that he was Chinese when applying for a passport. However, according to the information from the places he went to school, his identity was Japanese, not Chinese. Liu Amping's expression changed as he immediately stood up and said, "Objection. The prosecution lawyer used illegal means to obtain my client's identification documents. On behalf of my client, I request the court not to use the illegally obtained information." Gun Yinji smiled and said, "Lawyer Liu, why do you think my information is illegal? Can't I obtain this information legally?" Liu Amping was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said, "The trial was suddenly announced today, but great lawyer Gu has been preparing this information for at least 2 months." Gun Yinji wasn't sure, but she didn't deny it either. She said meaningfully, "Likewise." Everyone knew that she was referring to Kevin's diplomatic status. It turned out that while they thought they were stalling for time, the Huaxiao Empire's lawyers and law enforcement officers hadn't been idle. The feelings of Kevin's American lawyers were indescribable. The important evidence that Gun Yinji had produced today was, of course, based on the information provided by Huaxiaoing. She had used legal means to collect it again. More than 2 months ago, Huaxiaoing had asked his field personnel to investigate Kevin's background abroad and discovered some very interesting phenomena. For example, his race. Of course, there were some other problems. Gun Yinji hadn't brought it up yet. The information that could be obtained in court was all through the light and had legal proof. It wasn't the original information that Huaxiaoing and the others had collected. Gun Yinji quickly typed up the inquiry statement that she had provided to the U.S. government agency as a lawyer. Liu Amping felt like he had been punched in the face. He asked in surprise, "How can the U.S. government agency provide you with this information that involves the privacy of citizens? This is illegal." Gunyinji raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, I obtained these identity documents the way you obtained Kevin's diplomatic status. If I break the law, you will break the law too. How about it? In order to pull me down, why don't you admit that you illegally obtained your client's diplomatic status first? I'll admit that I illegally obtained this evidence for the trial. Liu Anping didn't have time to speak before the Indian lawyer immediately jumped up and shouted, Objection! Our diplomatic status was obtained legally, and your application documents were obtained illegally. It's not the same thing at all. He looked in the direction of the courtroom and continued to speak passionately. Your Honor, the prosecution's lawyer has already admitted in court that her information was obtained illegally. On behalf of my client, I strongly request that the prosecution's lawyer be severely punished for illegally obtaining my client's privacy. Gunyinji couldn't hold it in anymore. She rolled her eyes and said, When did you hear me say that my information was obtained illegally? Is there something wrong with your hearing, or is there something wrong with your IQ? The Indian lawyer, Arif, was most proud of his IQ. When he heard Gunyinji belittle his IQ like that, he immediately flew into a rage and almost swung his fist. Prosecution lawyer, don't go too far. My Chinese is over level 6, and my IQ has always been very stable. Thank you for your compliment. Gunyinji stopped smiling and quickly clicked on the computer. She typed up the complete information chain that she had obtained from the U.S. government. She didn't look up as she said, This is my New York State lawyer's license. As an American lawyer, I am requesting legal assistance from Mr. Hout, the New York Congressman of the U.S. Senate. I hope that he can endorse me and request the U.S. Immigration Agency to review the original information that Kevin filled in when he applied for a U.S. passport. You are successful lawyers in the United States, so you know better than I do the regulatory function of a U.S. senator to the government. As long as it is a request from a senator, the government agency cannot refuse unless the information involves national security secrets. Kevin is only a normal citizen in the U.S. Immigration Agency's information and does not involve any national security secrets. Therefore, the U.S. Immigration Agency sent Kevin's application information to Congressman Hout. Mr. Hout shared this information with me. I have a signed letter from Mr. Hout here. Do you want to see it? Gunyinji's fingers clicked on the mouse, and she looked coldly at the Indian lawyer, Arif. Lawyer Arif, the way I obtained this information is more legal than the way you obtained Kevin's diplomatic status. The Indian lawyer, Arif, was anxious. He scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time before saying, But you're a Huaxia Empire lawyer. Where did you get your American lawyer license? 2 years ago, I interned with my mentor, Professor He Chu, at the U.S. Congress for 6 months. Gunyinji calmly tossed out He Chu. Although He Chu had only been in this world for 4 years, he had already made a name for himself in the American legal world. When Gunyinji mentioned He Chu, even the Indian lawyer, Arif, was stumped. He froze for a moment before remembering that Gunyinji was the favorite student of the legendary American legal world, He Chu. Gunyinji thought of He Chu, and her voice softened. She smiled and said, When my mentor forced me to take the New York State bar exam, I was quite unwilling. I didn't expect to be able to help me today. She looked at everyone and said proudly, My mentor, Professor He Chu, is a very good professor. He is the kind of hardcore professor who would send mercenaries to rescue you even if you were captured by terrorists and bring you back to complete your thesis. This is the first chapter for today. Chapter 2108, Inviting the Enemy to the Urn 3. Today is Monday again. Let me remind my dear friends about your recommendation tickets. Monday's recommendation tickets are very important. It's 2 o'clock today, at 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. P.S. I'll be taking a vacation after this week. I plan to stay at home and say my manuscripts. I'll try to write more next month and return all the tips and chapters. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2121. I haven't posted a single chapter for a long time. Today I was reminded by my lovely book friends to post a single chapter. Knock on the blackboard to highlight the main point. The author of Hello, Major General, is Records of Cambrian. When my dear friend from Chidian voted for the Golden Keyboard Assistant, remember that it should be Records of Cambrian. Important things to repeat 3 times. Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. Records of Cambrian. Records of reporters. Records of reporters. Records of reporters. Not the commemorative G beside the twisted wire. After reading my works for so many years, my dear friends can't even figure out my author's name? Also, my author's name has a profile picture. A profile picture. A profile picture. A knockoff doesn't have a profile picture. And no books. Not a single one. Don't vote for the wrong person. The confused author cried in front of the keyboard. Yes, these words were typed by rolling on the keyboard. Also, today is Monday. My dear friends, please vote for me. Vote for all. Save the monthly votes and vote for double at the end of the month. Thank you, P.S. Today's first chapter has been updated. Just flip to the previous chapter. At 9 p.m. the next day. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click Reading on Mobile Phone. Post a book review. For convenience of reading next time, you can click on the Collect button below to record the reading record of Hello, Major General, Author Records of Cambrian, free single chapter. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 21-22. He Jichu's name was an unsurpassable existence in the minds of the American lawyers hired by Kevin. He had never actually gone to court to fight a criminal case, but he had consulted other lawyers on criminal cases. His ideas were always on point and could turn the tables. The cases he personally handled were all related to business mergers. The case that made him famous was the battle of words in Congress to help clear the obstacles for the merger of 2 large mobile companies. When American companies reached a certain scale, whether it was a merger or a breakup, they could no longer decide on their own. They needed the approval of Congress. Otherwise, if the antitrust label was put on them, those who wanted to merge would be foiled, and those who didn't want to merge would be broken up. They would be taught the iron fist of capitalism in minutes. Therefore, the lawyers who worked on business cases in the United States were all elites among elites. This was because such a large-scale business merger case needed to convince hundreds of high-ranking members of Congress who represented the interests of all parties. It was not like a criminal case, where one only needed to convince the judge and jury in court. The difficulty and intensity of the work was unimaginable for ordinary people. In an instant, all of them revealed expressions of yearning. Gunyinji was very happy to see this. She glanced at them and said, "So the information I obtained is reasonable and legal. The defendant's lawyer's request is unreasonable. I hope the court can call it back." The judge in the courtroom discussed it with the clerk and agreed to Gunyinji's request. "I agree to call it back. Defendant's lawyer, please provide evidence carefully and don't waste everyone's time." The Indian lawyer, Arif, flushed from the scolding. He sat down awkwardly and glared at Liu Omping next to him. He was the one who refuted first, but he was the one who was reprimanded later. The Indian lawyer, Arif, expressed his dissatisfaction. Gunyinji nodded at the judge and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Honor." She turned to look at the defendant's doc and continued, "Because we discovered contradictions in the defendant Kevin's ethnic identity, our team conducted further investigations. As a result, we discovered that Kevin's identity had been filled out as Japanese from birth until he graduated from university. But when he applied for a passport to come to the Huash Empire a year ago, he chose the ethnic identity of Huaxia. Ever since he came to our country, he has always been active as a Chinese. He quickly blended in with everyone, and no one suspected that he was not Chinese." Gunyinji walked to Kevin's dock and knocked on the table. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Kevin, can you explain to everyone why you suddenly changed your ethnic identity before coming to Huaxia? Are you trying to hide something?" Kevin looked up and stared at Gunyinji for a while before replying calmly. "No, my father is Japanese and my mother is Chinese, so it doesn't matter what I choose." "Your father is Japanese?" Gunyinji raised her eyebrows. But your surname, Laris, doesn't look Japanese. Laris is an American surname. Kevin sneered and said sarcastically, Lawyer Gu doesn't look like much. Didn't you say you investigated me? How could you not know that my father was actually a Japanese orphan adopted by the American Laris? Gunyinji thought to herself, of course I know this, but why would I tell you? She pretended to be surprised and said, then this American Laris should be your grandfather. How can you talk about him in such a casual tone? TSK, how unfilial. Gunyinji didn't object to directly calling the elders by their names, but her tone had to be respectful when speaking, or it would be very rude. The corners of Kevin's mouth twitched. I'm answering your question. What do you mean by tone? Are you at your wit's end? Gunyinji laughed. Everyone knows you're at your wit's end. Mr. Kevin, your Chinese is quite good. As a Japanese American born and raised in the United States, you can also speak Chinese with a broadcasting accent. Your Chinese teacher growing up must be someone important. Gunyinji rested one elbow on the defendant's stand, as though she was tired from standing and needed support. She then asked, Mr. Kevin, do you still remember who your Chinese teacher was growing up? Kevin crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. He said indifferently, is this question related to the case? Can I refuse to answer? No. This question is closely related to the case. Gunyinji looked at him without batting an eyelid. If you don't answer, I'll have one more reason to suspect you of faking your identity. Even so, Kevin didn't directly answer Gunyinji's question. He glanced at Lu Onpeng, who understood what he meant and immediately asked the judge for a 10-minute recess. The judge agreed to his suggestion and asked them to leave to discuss countermeasures. In the small conference room next to the courtroom, Kevin asked Lu Onpeng, can I answer this question? Lu Onpeng's brows furrowed tightly. I don't see how important this question is. Why can't you answer it? I'm just asking you for advice. Kevin was also unhappy. You can't give professional guidance, and you're asking me instead? Is this how you do things? Lu Onpeng's face flushed and paled at Kevin's words. Finally, he said, then who are your Chinese teachers? Are they very good? Kevin was speechless. He said unhappily, you've been led astray by Gunyinji? I really can't figure out what this question has to do with the case. Is she really not wasting time or stalling for time? Once the trial starts, she won't be able to control the time. The Indian lawyer, Arif, tried to explain to Kevin, as long as your Chinese teacher is fine, just say it. Let's see what tricks she has up her sleeve. Lu Onpeng was more cautious and careful. He thought about it before asking. Then who are your Chinese teachers? Tell us. We'll do a quick background check first. Kevin had no choice but to say, I've only had one Chinese private teacher since I was young, and that was Du Yueming. She taught me Chinese for 10 years, from the age of 5 to 15. Du Yueming? Lu Onpeng's brows furrowed even more. That sounds familiar. She's very good. She now owns a very large Chinese language training center in the United States. She's no longer a private teacher. Kevin introduced Du Yueming's background information to him. Before she went to the United States, she was a host for the evening news program on the Huaxiao Empire's national television station. Her Chinese is very fluent. Lu Onpeng understood and sighed in relief. No wonder Gunyinji said your Chinese is like a broadcast accent. It's truly extraordinary. So your Chinese was taught one-on-one by such a good person. Kevin smiled and looked at his watch. It's time. Let's go back. When they returned to the courtroom, Gunyinji was still relentless. She asked who Kevin's Chinese teacher was. Kevin said confidently, it's Madame Du Yueming. She taught me from the age of 5 to 15. I learned my Chinese from her. Gunyinji tilted her head and thought about it. Du Yueming? Is that the Du Yueming I'm thinking of? She used to be a well-known host for the evening news program on the Huaxiao Empire's national television station. That Du Yueming? Kevin still crossed his arms and nodded nonchalantly. He said meaningfully, that's her. But she left the Huaxiao Empire's national television station many years ago to go abroad. I didn't expect Lawyer Gu to know this person at such a young age. She's really not simple. Gunyinji smiled mischievously. You flatter me. That person is really too famous. There's still many posts about her on the internet. Gun Yinji had grown up on the internet. How could she not know this person? Even if she had left the country a long time ago and settled down in another country. Really? That just shows that she's good at her job. That's why I can speak fluent Chinese. Kevin said mockingly. Gun Yinji returned to her plaintiff stand and pulled up Du Yueming's information. She put on the big screen and pointed at Du Yueming's dignified and delicate profile photo. This was the most famous evening news host on the Huaxia Empire's national television station. She was already famous when she went abroad. As she spoke, Gun Yinji changed the topic. She looked at Kevin and said, Du Yueming taught Chinese abroad, so her net worth was very high. With her status, teaching a class of 100 people would have cost $5,000 a lesson 20 years ago. If you want to hire her as a private tutor, as far as I know, the price would only be higher than $5,000 a lesson. But Mr. Kevin, your family's annual income was less than $50,000 when you were young. May I ask how your parents were able to pay at least $5,000 a lesson to hire the famous Du Yueming to be your private tutor? Kevin was stunned. He opened his mouth, only to realize that his excuses were weak and feeble. Gun Yinji didn't allow him to speak. She quickly continued, Don't tell me that Du Yueming taught you Chinese for free. Why would she do something like that for free? Your father hadn't made a name for himself yet, and his family wasn't rich or powerful. Why would she teach you Chinese for free? Lu Ampeng rubbed his temples. He knew that every question Gun Yinji asked was a trap, but what was infuriating was that the angle of her questions were all unusual and impossible to defend against. Fighting a lawsuit with her was exhausting. Kevin was still trying to think of a reasonable reason when Gun Yinji had already taken out Du Yueming's bank account and said, Everyone, please take a look. This is Du Yueming's bank account from back then. It clearly shows that Du Yueming would deposit 4 checks in her bank account every week. Each check was for $5,000, and the person who signed the checks was John Laris. If I'm not mistaken, this John Laris is Kevin's father, John Laris. Mr. Kevin, tell me, your father's annual salary was less than $50,000 20 years ago. How did he pay $20,000 a week to hire such an expensive private tutor for you when you were young? Where did the money come from? This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2109, inviting you to the urn for today was Monday again. A reminder to everyone about your recommendation tickets. Monday's recommendation tickets were especially important. There were 2 updates today. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 21-23. Kevin's hands gradually tightened. His palms were sweating, but he could barely maintain a normal expression on his face. He looked at Gun Yinji coldly and thought, how long has this woman been investigating him? How did she find out about something so long ago? Did she really find out about it in the past 2 months? If so, then her team's ability to act was too amazing. Kevin glanced at the team of lawyers he had hired from the United States, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. Gun Yinji looked at him with a smile and had no intention of stopping. She continued to beat him when he was down. Mr. Kevin, can you explain? Your mother has always been a housewife and has never worked. Your father's annual salary was Weibo more than 20 years ago. How did he afford a Chinese private tutor that exceeded his income level? I can't figure it out. Won't Mr. Kevin explain it to us? Kevin looked away and snorted. Lawyer Gu is so knowledgeable. Don't you know that there are people who don't live off their salary? He then snorted. Oh, I forgot. You're from an ordinary background and have an ordinary family background. How would you know how the rich live their lives? He looked up and said dryly, back then, Princess Diana of England was only a kindergarten teacher. How did she marry into the British royal family and become the princess of the crown prince? I'm sure Lawyer Gu is also puzzled. Oh yes, Princess Diana was a kindergarten teacher back then. How did she marry the crown prince of England and become the princess of the crown prince? Gun Yinji actually began to gossip excitedly. Yinji's eyes were extraordinarily bright, like she was about to turn into a teenage girl chasing after her idol. The corners of Kevin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He began to feel that something was wrong, but the arrow had to be fired. If he was the slightest bit careless, even his identity as a cultural counselor wouldn't be able to save him. Lu Omping also felt that something was wrong and raised his voice to stop Kevin from continuing. Lawyer Gu, Princess Diana was actually born into the Spencer family, which is second to none in the United Kingdom. This family has a tradition of marriage with the royal family. As for being a kindergarten teacher, it was just a job she did to pass time. It's just like how rich people like to do charity. No one would think they lived on that little salary. Gu Yinji nodded with interest and said exaggeratedly, I see. I really didn't know. Lawyer Lu, you know so much. Lu Ompeng, his migraine was coming back. Kevin looked at Gu Yinji with disdain and said, now you know why my family was able to hire such an expensive private Chinese tutor for me. Gu Yinji shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I still don't understand. Can you make it clearer? Kevin frowned and didn't want to talk. The Indian barrister, Arif, said at once, very simple analogy. Princess Diana did not join the royal family because she was a kindergarten teacher and my client did not use his father's annual salary to hire a private tutor. Oh, then what do you rely on? Gu Yinji continued to ask with a smile. Her tone was gentle and her attitude was extremely kind. The Indian-born lawyer, Arif, blurted out, of course it's the family fortune. This was the so-called old money. Money, the blue blood family, compared to you upstarts who came later, I don't know how much higher. Gu Yinji chuckled. So, Mr. Arif is saying that the defendant, Kevin's father, Laris, was born into an established family? You could say that. The Indian-born lawyer, Arif, nodded, then asked Kevin, is that right? Kevin rolled his eyes. Of course. Is there any other explanation? My father and mother's families have trust funds. The annual dividends are millions of US dollars. So why would they care about an annual salary of 50,000 US dollars? Gu Yinji waited for him to mention the trust fund. She quickly walked back to her plaintiff's stand and turned on the computer. She pulled up a series of documents and put them on the big screen again. She pointed with a laser pointer and said, isn't this the structure chart of the Laris and Lee family's trust funds? Kevin's pupils constricted imperceptibly, and his face darkened. He said coldly, you're messing with me. You clearly know where my family's money comes from, yet you still ask. Lu Ompeng immediately stood up and said, objection. My client's family fortune has nothing to do with this case. Counsel, please do not ramble on and waste everyone's time. The judge looked at Gu Yinji with some difficulty and said, Lawyer Gu, if this question is no longer an issue, we can move on to the next topic. Of course, Gu Yinji disagreed. She put away her smile and said seriously, Your Honor, the fortune of Kevin's parents' family is closely related to this case. I will soon prove it. The judge raised his eyebrows in surprise. He really couldn't see how it was related. However, seeing that Gu Yinji spoke with certainty, and her previous experience proved that she wouldn't speak without thinking, the judge acquiesced to her request. Gu Yinji immediately pulled up more evidence from her laptop and pointed them out one by one. Everyone, please look. This is the situation of the Laris family 100 years ago. They were downright poor people in the northern United States and had been doing odd jobs for a living. 50 years ago, a young man from the Laris family went to Japan and stayed there for a few years. When he returned, he brought back an adopted Japanese boy who was the biological father of Kevin, the subject of this case. After this young man returned to the United States, he suddenly had some money and began to do futures business in New York. After so many years, he actually didn't make much money, but the trust fund he set up for his adopted Japanese son, Laris, had a fixed amount of money deposited into it every year. This fixed amount of money is huge. On the surface, it looks like it was transferred from Brazil, South America. It is said that the young man earned the money from doing futures trading in Brazil. But in fact, if you follow the route map of these international fund transfers, no matter how many turns it takes or how many twists and turns it goes through, you will find that all these remittances actually come from one organization. Gu Yinji pressed on the computer, and a special logo appeared on the big screen. a red sun rising from a blue sea. See, this is the source of all his funds. They all come from one account, the remittance account of the Tokyo Secret Service in Japan. And what kind of organization is the Tokyo Secret Service in Japan? May I ask, Lawyer Liu, do you know? Gunyinji tapped on the big screen with a laser pointer in her hand, as if she was going to knock out the key points of the mafia. Liu Onping's face was livid, and his body trembled uneasily. Gunyinji's expression became even more solemn, and she said coldly, "The Tokyo Secret Service is the Japanese intelligence agency. How dare a family supported by the Japanese intelligence agency pretend to be noble in front of us? Old money, blue blood. Do you know that the so-called old money is the dirtiest and bloodiest? Because that is the money earned in the primitive capital accumulation stage. It is really blood and dirty from head to toe." Liu Onping began to panic and couldn't help but stand up and interrupt Gunyinji's words. "Objection! These accusations by the prosecution lawyer are groundless. They cannot be used as evidence in court." Gunyinji slapped the plaintiff's stand and said sternly, "I don't need you to judge whether this evidence is true or false. I have already sent it to the U.S. Congress, and they will naturally judge whether it is true or false. Your president's Russia connection is already hard enough. How about another Sun connection? Let's see if he is still willing to appoint a Japanese spy as a diplomat of the U.S. government." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2110, inviting you to the Urn 5. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu AI Hall for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2124. The courtroom was silent for another minute, then it erupted again. This kind of situation seemed to be the norm in trials, with Gunyinji's participation. It was as if they were riding a roller coaster. Everyone was intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves from it. Outside the courtroom, the official Weibo of the U.S. Embassy in the Huaxia Empire hinted at the threat of war and demanded that the Huaxia Empire release cultural counselor Kevin. 666. The President and Secretary of State of the United States appointed a Japanese spy as an American diplomat, and then the Huaxia Empire demanded diplomatic immunity. What a ridiculous move. He's definitely the most ridiculous. He's at the top of the rankings and made his debut. The American lawyers are amazing. They're defending a Japanese spy so enthusiastically and even gave him the position of an American diplomat. Are they stupid? Previous poster is so naive. Could money be called childish? Anyway, as long as they can earn Japanese money, no matter who it is, even if it's a traitor to the United States, these people will accept the case without hesitation. As long as there's enough money, nothing is a problem. That's right, the American lawyers said. What is the country? Can it be eaten? Can it be paid? If you can't pay, then why are you blindly competing? I'm just asking, does your face hurt? Previous poster, there's a serious logical problem with your sentence. The blogger doesn't have a face at all, so how can it hurt? I just want to know, will the blogger still use war to threaten our country to release your diplomat? Your country is done for. Your country is the United States. Doghead lifesaver. JPG. Gunyinji smiled as she admired Kevin's expression go from calm to uncontrollably contorting. She raised her hand to look at her watch and said, "It's 10 in the morning in the Huaxia Empire. It's 11 at night in the United States. If we wait a little longer, the emergency meeting of the U.S. Congress should have a result." Liu Onping's forehead was covered in sweat. He took out a tissue to wipe the sweat off his forehead and said forcefully, "It doesn't matter if the Congress is in session or not. My client was a diplomat at the time of the crime. He should enjoy diplomatic immunity." Gunyinji stared at him and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said calmly, "Is the defense lawyer going to argue until the end?" The Indian lawyer, Arif, hurriedly added, "Even if the Congress revoked my client's diplomatic status, it was only today. As for my client, he was already a legitimate diplomat 2 months ago." "Are you being petty with me?" Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. "Your appointment letter can be retrodated, So why can't it be retrodated when someone cancels the appointment letter? Mr. Arif, where's your logic? She put down her arms and continued to ridicule. In fact, you might as well have defended yourself according to the mental illness plan that was drafted in the first place. Why did you have to do something superfluous and insist on a diplomatic position? Kevin, Lu Anpeng, the American lawyers, they glared at Gu Nianji and gritted their teeth. Now, they finally understood why Gu Nianji had deliberately taken out a few names and photos of her classmates from the very beginning to point them out to Kevin. That was killing two birds with one stone, inviting the enemy into the trap. To them, if they took a step forward, they would die, and if they retreated, they would die as well. That move alone had completely messed up the possibility of their final bottom line plan of mental illness. And Kevin's sluggish state at the beginning could also be attributed to mental illness. Later on, even a blind person wouldn't be able to tell that he was mentally ill. Gu Nianji smiled as she admired the various poses of these people. She was about to continue speaking when someone suddenly pushed the door open and said to the judge, "Your Honor, the prosecution has received new evidence and hopes to present it immediately." The person who came was Gu Nianji's right-hand woman, Romance. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Did the U.S. Senate come out with a result?" Romance nodded and said happily, "The U.S. House of Representatives just voted. With 400 votes in favor and 35 abstentions, the President and the Secretary of State passed the resolution to invalidate Kevin's appointment as cultural counselor." Gu Nianji laughed and said to the Indian lawyer, "Arif, did you hear that? They didn't revoke your client's diplomatic qualifications. They directly voted to invalidate the appointment letter. Since the appointment letter is invalid, then it would not have taken effect on December 23rd last year, nor could it have taken effect. Defendant Kevin, you'd better tell us the truth. Why did the Japanese Secret Service instruct you to kidnap our high-energy physicist in the Huaxiao Empire?" Kevin's face was pale as he sat in the dock. He looked like a bamboo that was about to be bent by heavy snow, and even his lips had lost color. Gu Nianji looked at the news briefing that Rong Mingxing had sent her and continued, "Kevin's parents have been arrested by the New York CIA. Their home is a stronghold of the Japanese Secret Service in the United States." Lu Anpeng opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He was still a little confused. This was clearly a legal issue, so how did it end up being linked to a political issue? Kevin's eyes gradually became gloomy, and he stared at Gu Nianji like a poisonous snake. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and said, "Your plan not only included kidnapping our country's high-energy physicist, but also attempted to use a honey trap to infiltrate our country's senior generals. However, we saw through it and beat you at your own game, so we were able to arrest you. Defendant Kevin, who are your superiors and who are your subordinates? Aren't you going to confess?" Gu Nianji's tone was persuasive, and her attitude was gentle and natural, like a little girl next door chatting idly. She continued, "Our policy is leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. It's better to confess yourself than to be confessed by others." The Indian-born lawyer, Arif, snorted and said, "I also know that the Huaxia Empire has a saying, leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. Severity for those who resist and go home for the new year." Gu Nianji chuckled and said sarcastically, "Mr. Arif, you know too much, but you can rest assured that we are still very tolerant of our international friends." Kevin still had a blank expression and didn't speak. Gu Nianji didn't think she would be able to pry open any secrets in court. She turned to look at the courtroom and concluded, "Your Honor, the defendant Kevin kidnapped and premeditated the murder of our country's high-energy physicist, Song Jining, on the night of December 24th last year. The evidence is conclusive. I hope the court can punish him severely and severely." The judge looked at Gu Nianji, who had won a big victory, nodded majestically, and said, "We will adjourn for 5 minutes and wait for the court to deliberate before pronouncing a sentence." With that, he banged the gavel and stood up to leave the courtroom. The courtroom instantly became chaotic. Many people walked over to congratulate Gunyinji, but they couldn't get close to her because her team had already surrounded her tightly. The team she had brought today was actually not from the Senate, but Hua Xiaoheng's security team. Kevin's side was much more chaotic. Many people also squeezed over to watch the commotion, and news organizations extended their microphones in an attempt to interview Kevin's legal team. His legal team protected him as they hurried out to the small conference room next door to discuss countermeasures and prepare for the appeal. Suddenly, someone rushed over and pushed through the crowd, shouting, "You heartless bastard! How dare you harm my tutor's life? I'll fight you to the death." As he spoke, he raised his arm and slapped Kevin hard on the right side of his face. The right side of his face burned, but at the same time, Kevin felt the left side of his face being pricked by a needle. Instantly, the left side of his face went numb. Soon, the numbness spread to his entire body. He couldn't even lift his legs, and it was difficult for him to move. When he moved again, his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. The people surrounding Kevin immediately retreated in unison. No one dared to touch him for fear of being blackmailed. The person who had slapped Kevin stood there in a daze. He looked at his hand and said, "Why did I have so much strength?" The court bailiff immediately pushed through the crowd and walked over. He called the judge as he called an ambulance. When Lu Jin saw this, he immediately squeezed over from the corner. He gave Gunyinji a look and mouthed a question to her, asking her if she wanted him to go take a look. Gunyinji shook her head at him without batting an eyelid. This was today's second update, Chapter 2111, Dilemma. There were 2 updates today. P.S. If you're happy, you can vote for the golden keyboard and recommendation votes. You can keep the monthly votes and vote for double at the end of the month. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2125. Gunyinji's team was Hua Xiaoheng's subordinates. They immediately stood up and said, "We've already called the police. Please ask the bailiff to close the courtroom doors. No one is allowed in or out until the ambulance and police arrive." The restless courtroom immediately quieted down. No one had expected something like this to happen after the trial had ended. The judges and clerks who had already left knew something had happened in the courtroom and were asked by the bailiff to another office to wait for the police to investigate the scene. The man who had rushed up and slapped Kevin was still looking at his hand in a panic. Several men and women walked to his side and began to criticize him. "Brother, how could you be so impulsive? Yeah, even if it was revenge for the tutor, you shouldn't have hit someone. The law has already punished this bad guy for us. Brother, why did you have to get yourself involved?" Gunyinji listened attentively. These people looked familiar and were probably Song Jinning's masters and doctoral students from the Institute of High Energy Physics. They were probably here to listen in on behalf of the Institute of High Energy Physics. The man who had hit Kevin was short and chubby. His round face was like a steamed bun, and he didn't look like he had the strength to knock Kevin out with one slap. Gunyinji clicked her tongue and said, "That's really a case of self-destruction." The Indian lawyer, Arif, turned around and glared at Gunyinji. He shouted, "Hitting someone in court is against the law. It's a felony, understand?" Gunyinji smiled casually and waved her hand. "That's in the United States. In the Huaxia Empire, as long as it doesn't constitute criminal damage, people will be punished according to public security regulations. They will be fined up to 500 yuan and held in jail for about 3 days. The Indian lawyer, Arif, was flabbergasted. "Public security regulations? You're serious?" Gunyinji laughed and winked at him. "Of course it's fake. I was joking." The Indian lawyer, Arif, had just sighed in relief when Gunyinji said seriously, "According to Article 309 of the Huaxia Empire's criminal law, anyone who seriously disrupts the order of a court by gathering a crowd to cause a disturbance, charge into the courtroom, or assault a judicial officer will be sentenced to up to 3 years in prison, criminal detention, public surveillance, or a fine. This is the law we use to deal with this kind of problem." Kevin's American lawyer immediately pointed at the short, fat man who had just hit someone and said, "Then arrest him." Gun Yinji spread her hands. That's the bailiff's job. I'm the prosecution's lawyer, so I can't intervene in court matters. In fact, as soon as she finished speaking, a bailiff came over and restrained the short and fat man who had just hit her. He was scared out of his wits and kept saying, I'm just fighting for my mentor. Do you know who my mentor is? She was the plaintiff in this case, Song Jinning. She was the victim. I'm standing up for my mentor. Gun Yinji sighed and walked over. Brother, can you please shut up? At this time, you should find a lawyer to speak for you, not talk nonsense yourself. You have to know that you are in court now. Every word you say will be used as evidence in court. It has the force of law. The short and fat man quickly shut his mouth, but his eyes were filled with tears, as if he was about to cry. A girl looked at Gun Yinji and suddenly whispered, Lawyer Gu is a lawyer. Can she be senior's defense lawyer? Yes. Great, Lawyer Gu. Can you be our senior/junior brother's defense lawyer? The graduate students eagerly looked at Gun Yinji as they chattered excitedly. Even the short and fat man looked over and asked hopefully, Can I? Gun Yinji smiled, but didn't say anything. This was a tactful rejection. What a joke. They wanted her to be senior's defense lawyer for such a small case? Did they think she had nothing better to do? The other graduate students already understood what Gun Yinji meant. They were also embarrassed because they knew that Gun Yinji was the chief legal counsel of the Senate and was usually very busy. She was representing Song Jinning because Song Jinning had the authority to hire Gun Yinji. Song Jinning was Gun Yinji's fiancée's biological mother. Even if she wasn't, with Song Jinning's status in the Huaxiao Empire's scientific community and her contributions to the military, students like them couldn't compare. Of course, the difficulty of the case was on a completely different level. They also smiled and began to discuss going to a law firm outside to hire a lawyer for the short and fat man. However, Kai Zhao didn't give up. She bit her lip and said softly, Lawyer Gu, can you do it? Senior is doing this for Superintendent Song. If Lawyer Gu helps Senior, it's the same as helping our Superintendent Song. If Superintendent Song knew, he would definitely agree. Gun Yinji felt that this girl was a little insensitive, but she wasn't angry. In her opinion, people who were focused on learning more or less had this problem of not knowing how to read people's expressions. It wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, her father, Lu Jin, was someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions, so she just smiled and didn't say anything. Perhaps her non-committal attitude had caused Kai Zhaohe to misunderstand. Kai Zhaohe boldly said, If Lawyer Gu doesn't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. This was really a look that could be taken as a crush, but another look and she would think that he was deeply in love and wouldn't marry anyone but her. Her ability to talk to herself was also amazing. Gun Yinji had no choice but to speak. She asked calmly, Who are you? What's your name? The girl said softly, My name is Kai Zhaohe. I used to be Professor Lu's student. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Jin. Lu Jin was already impatient. He glared at her and said, What are you looking at? You've already been fired. Kai Zhaohe's face immediately turned red. Just like the short and fat man, she was about to cry. Gun Yinji had no choice but to comfort her. Professor Lu likes to tell the truth. Don't mind him. These words made her feel worse than not saying them. Kai Zhaohe wiped her tears with the back of her hand and sobbed. Lawyer Gu is a good person. My senior, Gun Yinji sighed and said, My fees are very expensive. Are you sure your senior is willing to pay for this lawyer's fee? Kai Zhaohe's eyes widened. You still have to charge me. Her words were crisp and clear. Everyone who was busy checking on Kevin's condition turned to look at her. Kai Zhaohe's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. She shrunk her neck and said, I'm just very surprised. Lawyer Gu is such a good person, but she's like a normal lawyer. She's obsessed with money and talks about money all the time. The money-obsessed American lawyers. Was this woman really not referring to the mulberry tree to insult the locust tree to mock them? Gun Yinji frowned and said, Your senior's case. If there's a case, there's no need to hire a professional lawyer. The Institute of High Energy Physics has its own legal counsel. He could provide free legal aid to the staff and students in the institute. You could just go to him. This kind of case isn't a big deal. Kai Zhao let out an "oh" in disappointment and looked deeply at Gunyinji. Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and stood in front of Gunyinji. With a cold expression, he said to her, "Kai Zhao, the Institute of High Energy Physics won't give you any subsidies in the future." Kai Zhao immediately clenched her fists and said anxiously, "Why? I've worked in the laboratory at the Institute of High Energy Physics. I work at least 10 hours a day. Why don't you give me a subsidy? How can you be like an ordinary student? All you talk about is money. Isn't it your duty as a student to do experiments in the laboratory? You should be laughing if you don't pay for your tuition. You still want subsidies? You're so noble. You should work for the laboratory for free without asking for a penny." "No, I worked hard. Why can't you give me a reasonable reward?" Kai Zhao refused to give up her legal rights. Lu Jin pointed at her face and sneered. "You're just like the United States. You're really double standard. Others can't ask for money when they work, or else they'll be money obsessed. You can't ask for money when you work. Kai Zhao, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you have a big face. Why? Because the cuticles on your face are thicker than others?" Lu Jin returned Kai Zhao's words to Gu Nianji in a few words. Kai Zhao burst into tears and was about to run out of the courtroom. However, the door of the courtroom had already been tightly closed by the bailiff. She stomped her feet at the door and turned back. Finally, she heard the sound of complicated footsteps coming from outside the door. The ambulance and the emergency doctor had arrived. She could also hear the sound of sirens approaching from outside the window. It sounded like the police had arrived as well. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2112. You can talk nonsense if you have a big face. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2126. Step back. Step back. Everyone step back. Let the doctor in. The bailiffs maintained order at the entrance as they opened the heavy oak doors of the courtroom. A few doctors in large white coats and face masks carried first aid kits and pushed a mobile stretcher as they hurriedly walked in. "Where's the patient?" The lead doctor looked at the room full of people and felt a headache coming on. One of the bailiffs quickly said, "Over here." He led the doctor to Kevin, who had fainted. The doctor quickly opened the first aid kit and began to give Kevin emergency treatment. After a while, he said, "His muscles are numb, but his breathing is normal. It's most likely due to the brain being severely injured by an external force, causing a neurological disorder. He must be sent to the hospital for emergency surgery immediately, or it'll be very dangerous." As he spoke, the doctor put on an oxygen mask for Kevin and placed him on the stretcher under the protection of several bailiffs. He was about to be pushed out of the courtroom. The short, fat man who was being held by the bailiffs cried out in fear, "I only slapped him. How did I injure his brain? That's impossible." The doctor didn't turn around. Slapping someone could be serious or minor. You might think it was only the face, but in reality, the face is rich in nerves and is closely connected to the brain. There are many cases where a slap can deafen a child, or even cause dementia. The short, fat man's classmate had wanted to speak up for him, but immediately shut up after hearing the doctor's words. Kevin's American legal team also wanted to follow, but were stopped by the bailiffs. They discussed it, and in the end, only the lead lawyer, Lu Onpeng, was allowed to follow Kevin to the hospital. The rest of them had to wait for the police in the courtroom. Just as they reached the door, Gunyinji felt something was wrong and raised her voice. "Wait!" The bailiffs at the door seemed to be Hua Xiaoheng's men, and immediately closed the door again. Even the emergency doctor couldn't leave. The lead doctor turned around and glared at Gunyinji. "Who are you? You're going to take responsibility if the patient is delayed and something happens to him." Gunyinji walked forward slowly and pointed at Kevin, who was lying on the stretcher. "Tell me about his condition again, just like you said earlier." The doctor was stunned for a moment and immediately said, I said that his whole body is paralyzed, but his breathing is normal. His brain has been severely damaged because of the external force. He needs to be sent to the hospital for emergency surgery immediately, or else it will be very dangerous. Gunyinji nodded. That's it. I saw that he couldn't move, and you said that his muscles were paralyzed. What kind of paralysis is it? Do you still need me to tell you which degree? Can't you see with your own eyes? The leading doctor's attitude was getting worse. I'm in a hurry to save people. Can you not block the way? If it's the kind of paralysis I saw, then how can he breathe normally? Gunyinji asked suspiciously. You're a professional doctor. Don't tell me you don't even know this? The leading doctor held his breath. He was indeed a little careless and made a few medical accidents. As a result, he was still unable to be promoted even though he was in his 50s. He was still an attending physician and was not even an associate chief physician. The patient he was treating this time was a big shot. If he did well, he would have a chance to be promoted to deputy chief physician. Therefore, his attitude was very tough as he yelled at Gunyinji. Aren't you giving him oxygen? What are you doing? Get out of my way. Why would he need oxygen if he can breathe normally? Gunyinji was relentless. Which hospital are you from? Is it a military hospital? The leading doctor closed his eyes and shook his head patiently. No, but a human life is at stake right now. Can you talk about the hospital later? It's precisely because a human life is at stake that I need to find out your identities. Gunyinji looked at the faces of the emergency doctors wearing masks. Tell me, which hospital are you from? Who was that? A bailiff in the courtroom gripped his phone nervously and stammered. It was me who called. They're the closest private hospital nearby. Their medical skills are passable, and they have a good reputation here. A private hospital? Gunyinji frowned. Because of Qin Yaoguang and Qin Beioi, Gunyinji had a bad impression of private hospitals. Of course, she couldn't overturn a boat in one fell swoop, but she was more vigilant about private hospitals. Hearing that these emergency doctors were from a private hospital, Gunyinji couldn't let them take Kevin away. She reached out to the bailiff and said, Did you call the military hospital? If no one is calling, I'll do it. Give me the phone. The bailiff had just been on duty outside, and his phone had been brought in when the accident happened. People in the courtroom weren't allowed to bring their phones in. The bailiff's face paled. He stammered for a while, but still handed the phone to Gunyinji. Gunyinji took it and directly called the emergency number of the imperial capital's 3x1 hospital. At that moment, Lu Onpeng separated the crowd and came to Gunyinji. He said coldly, Lawyer Gu, now that my client's life is at stake, can you put aside your bureaucratic airs for a while? Otherwise, will you not take responsibility if something happens? Gunyinji returned the phone to the bailiff and said nonchalantly, Your client is still breathing normally, so nothing serious will happen. Just take it as a mental and physical exhaustion sleep. No matter how well-mannered Lu Onpeng was, he was infuriated by Gunyinji's nonchalant attitude. He clutched his chest and took 2 deep breaths. All his muscles are paralyzed, and he even injured his brain. This condition can be serious or minor. It's best to get him to the hospital as soon as possible. Gunyinji half squatted down and carefully checked Kevin's breathing. She looked at his pale face and said, Doctor, take a look and see how much longer he can last. She raised her head, her clear eyes sweeping past the faces of the emergency doctors who were wearing masks. Finally, she pointed at the youngest doctor with the clearest eyes and said, You, help me check how serious his condition is and whether he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. The person was slightly taken aback and quickly glanced at the leading emergency doctor. This person was only a resident doctor who had just graduated and found a job. Although he also graduated from a prestigious university, his family urgently needed money, so he didn't go to a regular public hospital. Instead, he came to this reputable private hospital with good pay. The hospital really valued a student who graduated from a prestigious medical university like him, and would let him accompany them on major outings. Even if he was just an assistant, he was very satisfied. Seeing that Gunyinji had asked him to examine Kevin, he was a little eager, but he restrained himself and asked the leading doctor. The leading doctor was extremely jealous. He snorted and said, "He just graduated this year and hasn't even gotten his medical license yet. If you want to let him examine him, then let him examine him. I won't be responsible if anything happens." Gun Yinji stood up and said calmly, "I'll be responsible if anything happens, okay?" She waved at the young doctor and said, "Come and examine him." The young doctor didn't delay and immediately came over to examine the fainted Kevin's body. After a while, he looked at Gun Yinji with confusion and said, "You're right. When all his muscles are paralyzed, he shouldn't be breathing normally because the breathing muscles will also be paralyzed. But he really is breathing normally, which means that his muscles are paralyzed and it didn't spread to the muscles above his neck." Gun Yinji smiled slightly and glanced at Kevin. "Then does that mean he can hear everything we're saying now?" "Theoretically, yes. But we can't rule out special circumstances." The young doctor said carefully, "My experience is shallow, so I can't think of a reason for now." "Then do you think his life will be in danger in the short term?" "No. As long as his breathing is normal, his heartbeat." "Yes, his heartbeat is normal and even, which is also quite strange." The young doctor scratched his head. "So it's possible that only the motor muscles in his arms and legs are paralyzed. So he can't move, but the other organs in his body are still functioning normally. As long as he won't die immediately." Gun Yinji shrugged. "It looks like this case is very strange. Let's wait for the police to come." Not long after, the Imperial Capitol Police in black uniforms also came in. What happened here? They were dispatched because someone had called the police. This was the Imperial Capital High Military Court, so it wasn't usually under their jurisdiction. They didn't usually come here for no reason. A bailiff in the courtroom who was maintaining order began to explain what had just happened. The judge announced a 10-minute recess to discuss closing issues. Everyone got up from their seats and walked around. The person over there rushed over and said he wanted to avenge his mentor and slapped the defendant. The defendant fainted on the ground not long after. His muscles were paralyzed and he couldn't move. I'm afraid his life is in danger. This is today's second update. Chapter 2113. I'll be responsible if anything happens. Today's second update. P.S. Thank you, President of Wu AI Hall, for the 20,000 cheating coins. Thank you, President of Cold Iron Grace, for the 10,000 cheating coins. Moi. Everyone, little angels, please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website to update the mobile version. Am. Chapter 2127. If his life is in danger, why aren't you sending him to the hospital immediately? Are you going to stay here and wait to die? The police chief who came and looked very young, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He looked very capable and experienced. He raised his hand in surprise. "Do you want us to do an autopsy?" Gun Yinji was speechless. This police uncle really had the right to speak. Her eyes almost lit up, but she still said calmly, "No, his life is not in danger." The doctor just examined him. Although he can't move, his breathing and heartbeat are normal, so there's no need for an autopsy for now. The police officer was speechless. He looked up, and his eyes also lit up. He rushed over to Gun Yinji and extended his hand. "Chief Gu, I didn't think I would be able to see you in person. I'm your fan. I watch the channel of the House of Lords every day. Unfortunately, you don't have many opportunities to come out." The police were less enthusiastic when they heard that his life was not in danger. As for a Japanese spy sent by the United States being knocked out in court by the victim's student, they had to think carefully about how to deal with it. So it was more important to get close to their idol. Gun Yinji was speechless. The American lawyers were speechless. Several other police officers also squeezed over to shake Gun Yinji's hand. But no one was able to get their way. Gun Yinji's team wouldn't let them touch the future wife of the chief of their department. "Police comrades, let's see how he passed out." A male member of Gun Yinji's team quietly separated the police, rushing over and pointed at Kevin. Everyone said that person knocked him out with one slap, but I don't think he had that much strength. The police finally nodded at Gun Yinji regretfully and turned to look at the short, fat man being detained by the two bailiffs. One look at his pale, chubby face, and they knew that this kind of person didn't have the strength to hit someone. Even if he slapped a dog, it would only make the dog bark twice, let alone knock a grown man out. Knock him out? No way. It's a bit strange. The police surrounded them. Checking the injuries to determine the severity of the injuries was the police's specialty. Although the leading officer looked very young, he had actually been working for several years. He put on gloves and began examining Kevin's injuries. Not long after, a few police officers came to a conclusion. The defendant's whole body is paralyzed. He was not beaten up. The short and fat man was so happy that he cried, "I told you it had nothing to do with me. I only gave him a slap." The policeman, "Where did this idiot come from?" He said sternly, "But if you cause trouble in court and disturb the order of the court, you will also be arrested. But you're the victim's student, and it's your first offense to stand up for your tutor, so it's pardonable." She yelled, "Lawyer Gu, don't slander me. I've never had a grudge against you, so why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Gu Nianji ignored her and said to the police, "It should be her. Send the female officers to search her." The police also looked around and finally brought the short, fat man's classmates to the room next door to be searched. The female officers and male officers were in one room, and they searched the boys and girls separately. Everyone cooperated, except for Kai Zhaohe, who refused to let them search her. She said she needed a lawyer. She had the right to do so. The police wanted to take her directly back to the police station, but a thin, handsome man stood up and said politely, "Comrade police, I'll go talk to her." He had just been searched by the male officer with the other male classmates, and there weren't any devices or weapons on him. The police officer nodded. "If you can talk to her, then do it. If you can't, it'll just be more troublesome." "Don't worry, I'll go talk to her." The man walked into the room the female officers were in. "I'm Kai Zhaohe's classmate. I'll just search her in that room." He raised his hands and spoke very politely. The female officers nodded, and after contacting the male officer next to them, they let the man in. The man walked into the room and saw Kai Zhaohe hiding in the corner between the closet and the curtains. She refused to come out. He sighed and walked over to hold her shoulder. "Zhaohe, don't be afraid. You didn't do it, so no one can frame you." "Qinghong, but I just offended Lawyer Gu and Professor Liu." Kai Zhaohe threw herself into his arms and wailed, "They won't let me go. I want a lawyer. Even if you hire a lawyer, they'll still search you. We're all suspects now." The man turned out to be Kai Zhaohe's classmate and colleague, Zhu Qinghong. He was also a researcher at the Institute of High Energy Physics. He squeezed Kai Zhaohe's hand. "Fine, don't cry. Let them search me, and I'll treat you to crayfish afterward." Kai Zhaohe smiled through her tears. "Senior, you're not lying to me, right? You're really treating me to crayfish?" Zhu Qinghong nodded. "I never lie." He patted Kai Zhaohe's shoulder. "I'll wait for you outside." Kai Zhaohe reluctantly let go of his hand. "Then you must wait for me." Zhu Qinghong walked to the door and said to the policewoman she agreed. "You guys can go search." The policewoman breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, classmates Zhu." The policewoman went in to search Kai Zhaohe's body. Zhu Qinghong walked out calmly. He waited outside for a while, greeted his classmates, and asked the police, "Are we okay now? Can we go?" "Let's go." The police waved his hand. "Everyone inside will be searched. Don't be offended. It's okay. I know it's your duty." Zhu Qinghong smiled and nodded. Then, he left the Imperial Capital High Military Court with his classmates and colleagues and waited for Kai Zhaohe outside. Kai Zhaohe was searched several times, but nothing suspicious was found. She didn't even have a sewing needle on her, let alone a device that could shoot thin needles. The policewoman returned to the courtroom regretfully and said to the lead police officer, "Chief, Kai Zhaohe has nothing on her." "Nothing? Did you search her thoroughly?" "We already stripped her naked. How else can we search her?" "We didn't leave any hair on her body," one of the policewomen said bluntly. Gu Nianji was speechless. How was that possible? Had she been wrong? Was Kai Zhaohe purposely acting suspicious to divert their attention? Gu Yinji frowned and called the court's bailiff over. She asked him to pull up the surveillance footage to see what was going on. The surveillance footage in the courtroom was also a mess. When a short, fat man slapped Kevin, Kai Zhao had indeed raised her hand behind him. Her hand had been raised so quickly that it was almost impossible to see at normal speed. But after slowing it down many times, they could indeed see that there seemed to be something in Kai Zhao's hand. But because the resolution of the surveillance footage was too low, they couldn't clearly see what it was, so they couldn't use it as evidence against Kai Zhao. How could this be? Gu Yinji crossed her arms as she stood in the surveillance room, mulling over the incident. Tell me everything that happened when you searched Kai Zhao. Don't leave out a single detail. Gu Yinji turned to ask the policewoman. The policewoman recalled the situation and said, she didn't allow us to search her at first. She was crying the entire time and wanted to get a lawyer. We couldn't use force, so we could only reason with her. Later on, her senior marshal brother came and said a few words to her. Only then did she feel better. She agreed to be examined. Senior brother? Gu Yinji's voice paused. Who? You want to talk to Kai Zhao? The policewoman nodded. Kai Zhao seemed to really like that senior brother. She threw herself into his arms and cried for a while before he persuaded her. Gu Yinji rubbed her forehead. I understand. Then there was something wrong with that senior brother. They must have exchanged things. Oh, you mean the thing was originally in Kai Zhao's hands, but after her senior brother went in, it was transferred to him? That must be it. Gu Yinji composed herself. They took advantage of your misconceptions. At that time, her senior brother must have been searched first, but there was nothing. Then he found an excuse to see Kai Zhao and took the opportunity to transfer the thing to his own hands while comforting her. Because he had already been examined, you subconsciously thought that he was fine, so after he went out, you didn't search him a second time. Gu Yinji shook her head regretfully and asked, what's her senior brother's name? Do you have a record? Qing Hong. Zhu Qing Hong. That should be the name. The policewoman looked down at her record. We'll go arrest Zhu Qing Hong right away. Gu Yinji said faintly. You can go arrest him, but the thing must have been disposed of. He won't keep it in his hands and wait for you to come back to your senses to find trouble with him. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2114, I Never Lie. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard booster tickets. P.S. Mwax Little Angels. Chapter 2128. The policewoman was very upset and frowned. Even so, we still have to investigate. Otherwise, he'll really think we don't know anything. As she spoke, she went to report to her boss and left with a few male police officers. After a few searches in the courtroom, everything was fine. The police allowed those who wanted to leave voluntarily. However, the judge would be announcing the results of the trial soon. Everyone had waited for a long time, so other than the graduate student from the Institute of High Energy Physics who left, everyone else stayed. Gu Yinji pursed her lips and silently memorized those people. These people might not have problems themselves, but they would have problems sooner or later if they hung out with people like Zhu Qing Hong and Kai Zhao. Not long after, the judge and the court clerks entered. He sat down in the courtroom and banged the gavel. This court announces that Kevin Laris, an American citizen, has been found guilty of illegal gun possession, explosion, violent kidnapping, and premeditated murder in the Huaxiao imperial capital. The first trial has sentenced him to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Kevin's team of American lawyers instantly exploded in anger. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and shouted, "We want to appeal. You have no right to sentence an American citizen. We want to extradite him. This is **T. However, they shouted for a long time, but the judge ignored them. At that moment, a burst of applause erupted in the courtroom, completely drowning out their voices. Many people came to Gu Yinji to congratulate her on another victory in the trial. Chief Gu is amazing. This trial has really opened our eyes. Chief Gu is truly the chief legal advisor of the Senate. She's invincible when she draws her sword. Does Chief Gu want to be a partner of our law firm? I've checked the relevant rules, and legal professionals in the Senate can be partners. Chief Gu should come to our company and be a director. Chief Gu isn't a senator, so she's not restricted by the terms. At that moment, there was an endless stream of people praising Gu Yinji, inviting her to do business, and rushing to give her money. However, they were all kept 3 feet away from Gu Yinji. The team around Gu Yinji had completely turned into a security team and carefully protected her in the middle. What had just happened to Kevin wasn't a distant memory. They completely understood the chief's intentions and didn't dare to slack off. Gu Yinji smiled at the crowd and nodded. Thank you for your love, but I'm quite busy with work and can't work part-time. I think it's better for me to do my job. If you have a more difficult case, you can apply to the Legal Counsel Office of the Senate. I will give you legal advice on the appropriate case or defend it in court. Thank you all. Gu Yinji cupped her hands at everyone and gave an elegant and dignified salute before leaving the Imperial Capital High Military Court with her team. The scene in the courtroom was quickly posted online by the reporters after the trial ended. Audio and video recordings were not allowed in the courtroom, so they could only describe what had happened in words, accompanied by drawings. Just this content alone was enough. Immediately, a new craze started on the internet. Needless to say, there were die-hard fans who worshipped Gu Yinji. Even more people were applauding the court's decision. If you committed a crime in Huaxia, you should serve your sentence in Huaxia. Why are you talking about nationality now? If you have the ability to commit a crime in China, then go ahead and serve your sentence in China. Now you realize that you're not a Chinese citizen. F***ck off. To hell with your extradition. There were even people who called for Kevin to be attacked in court. What a pity. Why is it only paralysis? You should have stopped breathing. Commenter +1. That's what I thought when I saw it. Warrior, why didn't you apply the poison needle? It's a waste of food to lock a person like Kevin in prison. Gu Yinji talked to the judge in the courtroom for a while before coming out. Lu Jin and Lu Yuan had already gone back. Her colleague brought her cell phone over. Gu Yinji lowered her head and scrolled through the public opinion on the internet as she walked towards the courthouse entrance. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a pair of shiny leather boots not far in front of her. She slowly looked up and looked at the pair of long legs above the leather boots. The straight, dark green military pants were so straight that the seams could stand up. There was a military belt tied around his muscular waist. It was a very ordinary style, but when it was tied around his waist, it suddenly looked like a branded belt that was 100 times more expensive. Gu Yinji swallowed lightly and wanted to switch places with the belt. She looked up and smiled. Major General Hua, you're here to pick me up. Hua Xiaoheng took the phone from her hand and said unhappily, How many times have I told you not to look at your phone when you walk? Do you want the Senate to come up with a law to ban your unsafe behavior? Gu Yinji chuckled and didn't argue with Hua Xiaoheng. She held his arm and got into the car. The roadside outside the courthouse was filled with private cars. They were all people who had come to attend the trial. They came out of the courthouse in 2s and 3s, like a movie was about to end. The crowd was huge. Gu Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng's car drove out of the driveway. In the private cars by the roadside, a woman wearing sunglasses looked indifferently in the direction that the car had disappeared in and slammed the steering wheel. After returning to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Gu Yinji stretched exaggeratedly and said, I'm so tired. It wasn't easy for me to finish the fight. Wake up. Kevin's legal team is still going to appeal. Hua Xiaoheng helped her carry her computer bag upstairs. Lu Jin came out of his suite on the first floor and said with a smile, My girl was so amazing today. She was so valiant and valiant. I think those American lawyers were stunned by you. Gu Yinji giggled and hugged Lu Jin's arm. She rubbed against his shoulder and said, Dad, what do you think of Kevin's subsequent actions? Lu Jin spread his hands. Didn't you say that you wanted me to interfere? I'm doing it for your own good. I think the person behind Kevin is a bit interesting. It's best if you don't get involved, Gu Yinji said thoughtfully. She was worried that Lu Jin would expose his identity as someone from the other world. Lu Jin shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Isn't it just the book of changes and chaos mathematics? The person behind him knows how to do it, don't you?" Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and her mind suddenly became clear. That's right. If the other party could use the book of changes and chaos mathematics to catch a big fish, she could too. But why did the other party do this? Gun Yinji sat in the living room with Lu Jin in confusion. She looked at Hua Xiaohong, who was coming down the stairs, and said, "What exactly is the other party's motive? I still think that if we don't know the other party's motive and real goal, we won't be able to grasp the direction, even if we use the book of changes and chaos mathematics. We might even be led into a ditch by the other party." This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2115, Dispelling the Clouds and Seeing the Sun. There were 2 updates today. P.S. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard power tickets. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius 1 second to remember our website. Mobile version, M. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.